1900.
Hi, good evening. Today is October 16th, 2019. It is now a little after 6 p.m. We're starting our town board meeting. If we could rise for the pledge. Bob, you want to read us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'll turn it over to you, Jim, for the invocation.
Okay, thank you. We always ask an invocation, we ask somebody from our faith community to come forward, and actually tonight we have somebody from our Riverhead Fire Department, which is a wonderful group of volunteers that are outstanding. So we have the auxiliary chaplain, Kathy Beresny, to lead us in our invocation. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Jim. Our great Redeemer God, as the town leadership gathers this evening, we ask your blessings upon these proceedings that affect and deal with our lives together in the community of Riverhead. In this time of changing seasons that bring mixed feelings of joy for the abundant beauty and cool air to the sadness of losing the warm temps by our beautiful shores, may your presence be felt in the discussions this evening and in the election of our town reps. This we ask in your everlasting name. Amen.
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 Thank you,
very
Kathy.
much.
Amen to that, too.
We have two proclamations and one. We have one proclamation and one recognition tonight. Our first is a proclamation for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which will be presented to the North Fork Breast Health Coalition. We have board members with us tonight: Annie Balcha, Bernadette Tuttle, and Janice J. Young. If I could have you come up. And we will follow that with the recognition of the Riverhead Tomcats host families. Come on. So, we'll read your proclamation. October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, where it is both fitting and proper that the town board and residents of the town of Riverhead join in honoring North Fork Breast Health Coalition for their work in raising awareness of breast cancer. And whereas North Fork Breast Health Coalition is an all-volunteer, not-for-profit organization whose mission is to encourage and assist in the prevention, early intervention, and cure of breast cancer through advocacy, awareness, networking, and research. Whereas October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an annual campaign to raise awareness of breast cancer risks, the value of screening and early detection, and treatment options available to women and men who are diagnosed with one of the many forms of breast cancer. And whereas more than 270,000 people in the United States are diagnosed with invasive breast cancer every year, and nearly 41,000 die from the disease. And whereas breast cancer is the most commonly recognized cancer among American women. Every woman is at risk for breast cancer, even if she has no family history or other risk factors of the disease. The American Cancer Society estimates that there are 231,840 new cases of invasive breast cancer diagnosed this year. And whereas during National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we recognize the women and men who courageously fight to survive, detect, treat, prevent, and support survivors of this devastating disease. Our town vows to honor the loving memory of those lost to this disease, and we reach out to the grieving families. We reaffirm our ongoing commitment to defend breast cancer through education, early detection, and innovative research. And therefore, the town of Riverhead joins the North Fork Breast Health Coalition in honoring the women and men who dedicate themselves to prevention, detection, and treatment. We show our respect for every individual and every family struggling with breast cancer, and we pause to remember those we have lost. Now therefore, I, along with the town board, do hereby proclaim the month of October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Riverhead, and urge all residents to learn the facts about breast cancer and talk to their healthcare providers about clinical examinations and mammograms. So I have this to present to you. And I also just want to say thank you for all you do, because, I mean, you guys support the women on the North Fork here. I mean, to get diagnosed, is devastating. And to be able to have support, local support, and when they need it the most, and to help their families is so much appreciated. So I thank both of you for all that you do.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it.
that we would like to thank the town of Riverhead, Supervisor Jen Smith, the councilmen and women for all of their support in helping to promote and the awareness of the North Fork Breast Health Coalition. We do offer grants, we offer prosthetics, wigs, yoga, massage, group therapy sessions free of charge to breast cancer patients and survivors, and we're trying to get the word out so that more people who are diagnosed can take advantage of the services that we provide.
So thank you so much for all you do. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you mean that, or
Thank
did you
you.
zoom in?
Thank you.
Okay, and now if we can have Patty come up, Patty White, and our host families. Pass these out.
Hey guys, how are you?
Go Tom.
Nice to see you. Hello. Nice to see you. Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Hello, how are you? Good to see you. So, Patty, come over here. And I have all these certificates for all of our host families from the entire town board. I see some of them were not able to make it tonight, so I'm going to call out the names and then give the certificates to Patty, and she can make sure everybody does get them. One thing that's missing is the entire town board signatures on these certificates, so we will have those corrected and sent out to all the families. But Patty has been a staunch supporter and the biggest cheerleader for the Riverhead Tomcats in getting the host families and getting these college kids situated in these homes, and these kids are mentors, right, to our younger generation, and we're so grateful to the host families for taking the Tomcats in and for allowing them to live in our community for the short time that they do during the summer months. It's a great collegiate team, the games are free, you know, they're playing all the time, and some of the kids that come out of there are just amazing. I mean, we have a star this year, if you wanna talk about him a little bit, the one that went to major leagues.
Oh, well, we've,
Quite a
just,
few.
if I can just,
Yes, please.
do my pitch about, Hampton's Collegiate Baseball League is a nonprofit. It's completely volunteer. We, recruit college ball players from across the country. We're getting into international guys. They have to, play, be qualified through the NCAA and have play, you know, in college to be able to be eligible. They come out here for 2 months during the summer to hone their skills, their developmental leagues. The Riverhead Tomcats are very, very proud to call Veterans Memorial Park in the town of Riverhead our home for the last, since it's been there, last 5 or 6 years. For the first time in franchise history last year, the Tomcats won the championship, and we finished again in first place this year. We played the West Hampton team this year. They took us out in the championship, but we did finish we tied with them again in first place. So my thing out here, I'm very proud of the community and looking forward to put Riverhead Tomcats, Riverhead Town, and Veterans Memorial Park on the map. The games are always free to attend. Many of our players, this generation, now that we're in World Series mode, this generation of ball players you see today have all gone through these leagues, these summer programs through their colleges. We had a player come up that played with us in 2014, got drafted by the Milwaukee Brewers and pitched last year in the National League Championship Series, Corbin Burns, which the Zaneski family, our tax receiver, hosted for a couple years. The families is our foundation. They do it out of the goodness of their hearts and take these boys in and feed them. We're talking 20-year-old ball players. They feed them, they give them a warm place to stay out of the goodness of their heart. All volunteer. So these boys can come out and chase their dream if that's baseball. So I can't say enough about our host families. We can't do it without them. They are our foundation. So please come down, see a game this summer, Hampton's baseball. I left some books here, and, come support the town of Riverhead and, get some fans in the seats down there. Thank you.
And if you wanna support a meal after a game, the host families would appreciate that, because a lot of people donate food for after the game so that the players have a nice warm meal and then they can go home and go to sleep. But I really wanna thank Patty for everything that she does in putting it together. And Patty had a very special birthday this year, so I would like to sing happy birthday to Patty, because we were trying to put together a little party for her, and that quite didn't happen, but we'll do it now, so. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Patty, happy birthday to you.
Happy 40th birthday.
Yeah, doing great. And our host families are Deanna and John Andes. They're not here, so. Jennifer and Luigi Iliano. Linda and Greg Wallace. Christine and Eric Haas. Linda and Tom Kelly. Elena and Joe Mulhey. Carrie and Rob Stromsky.
Yeah.
Emily and Joe Bedell, Eileen and Rick Kruger, Astrid and Bob Lehman, Emily and Thaddeus Hill, Lisa and John Wrighton, Amy and Jean Bailey, and the Drew O'Connor family. So we thank you all. And we'll see you next year.
That's it. Jerry Knight, Jerry Knight.
I still get Patty one.
Thank you very
You guys
much.
wanna picture?
Did we do Patty?
Patty, we're gonna take a picture, so
Thank you very much.
maybe May can take it for us. Very good. Yeah.
You guys wanna squish
Come
it?
on, guys, move down.
Yes.
Here we go. Spread it out. Smile.
Yeah, to the full game.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you guys again. You happy the season's over? Thank you again.
Deja vu.
All right, we have our announcements next. The first announcement is Diane Tucci, along with the bid, is coordinating the Halloween parade and coffin races on Saturday, October 26th. All info can be found at HalloweenFestRiverhead.com, or you can contact Diane at 631-209-4244 with any questions. That's gonna be a fun event, so hopefully everybody can come down and join us there. I believe Art in the Park will also be open on that night also, so if you haven't seen that in Grangeville Park, it's a beautiful art display, that as soon as it gets dark out, all the lights go on, and it's really fantastic. So again, if you haven't seen it, please come down and see that. The town is also partnering with Suffolk County Department of Civil Services to hold 2 informational sessions on how to apply for civil service jobs. The seminars will be held on October 23rd at the Senior Center, which is at 60 Shade Tree Lane in Aquabog. There are 2 sessions, so the first session starts at 6 p.m. and the second session begins at 7:30 p.m. So we always encourage Riverhead residents, when we have openings, we like to hire people from Riverhead, so hopefully you'll come down and see how you can apply, and most of the jobs require that you take a civil service exam first, so it's good to get down there and get some information on that. Calverton Aviation and Technology will be attending the board work session tomorrow at 10 a.m. to respond to our request for further information as to their plans at EPCAL. Also, in order to increase transparency, I have placed additional information on my tentative 2020 budget on the website. To view the supplementary numbers, you can go to the Town of Riverhead, ny.gov, and scroll to the bottom of the page, where you will be able to find the budget titled 2020 Budget Supplement under the popular page tabs. There was a question, we changed our format for our budget 2 years ago when we changed our software, and there have been some requests to put the columns of information that we had back, so that is what's added as the supplement there for you, if you'd like to view that. The town invites you to be part of deciding, the designing of our downtown by joining us on November 14th at 6:30 p.m. here in Town Hall for a meeting with the Pattern Book Company. All input is welcome and greatly appreciated. Again, that will be November 14th at 6:30 p.m. here at Town Hall. I encourage everyone to come down and be heard on what they would like our town to look like for downtown. And Jim, we have our cleanup this Saturday?
Yes,
Did you
this
wanna-
Saturday, yes. It's the, we're gonna do a second one, we're doing it in the fall. We've got a great committee, Catherine and the environmental committee jumped on board with the anti-litter committee, and it actually started to blossom a lot. We have a lot of people coming out, but we expect to be at Town Hall here about, we're gonna kick off at 9 o'clock, but come a little earlier, because we have little snacks and some juices, and you can get your gloves and your bags and your picker-uppers and your beautiful new t-shirts I ordered, nice and
Good.
bright, so people can see you coming. You get to keep the t-shirt. So come on down at 9 o'clock. We've got the ROTC coming, we've got some of the civic groups coming, we've got a good turnout, but we could always use more. And you can pick whatever area of town that you think needs addressing. It could be your own neighborhood, it could be away to work. So it's wide open where you clean up. Because I'm gonna take a list of where you're cleaning so we can make sure that the highway comes and picks up those bags.
But we also have a list of areas that we think
That
are
we
in
know of.
dire need. If you don't have a specific area in mind, when you come that morning, we'll have a list.
And also, if you're coming with a troop or kids or something, just if you could let us know beforehand, so we can make sure we have police or somebody out there for when someone's cleaning up.
And out of looking at the calendar, Saturday's gonna be the best day of the weekend, so it's gonna be the best day all week, so.
Perfect day to pick up garbage.
Perfect day to clean up. Get ready for the holiday, the fall holidays, that's for sure. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, can I have a first and second for the approval of the town board minutes? It's the regular meeting of October 2nd, 2019 at 2 p.m.
Motion?
Second,
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
The minutes are approved.
Thank you.
Want me to just go
Yep,
into
you can
it?
go right into correspondence.
Okay. Under correspondence, we had a letter from Eugene Cook with complaints arising from issues relevant to his Acapulco property. John McAuliffe sent a letter expressing comments and concerns as to financing for the sale of EPCAL. Nancy Rayner and Yasmin Heasley sent in additional signatures that they wanted added to their previous petition requesting a pickleball court at South Jamesport Beach. Robert Skinner sent a letter of thanks and comments on the recent Q&A with Eastern Region Helicopter Council. Robert and Lillian Skinner also sent another letter regarding the Sound Avenue traffic control issues. The Greater Calverton Civic Association sent in a letter regarding the EPCAL subdivision and SECRA. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, we will move on to public hearings. We have quite a few public hearings tonight. So the first of our public hearings is the consideration of a proposed amendment to Chapter 301 of the Riverhead Town Code entitled Zoning and Land Development, Article 45? Supplementary Use Regulations 301 -233, Airport Facilities and Accessory Uses. Bob, did you want to explain this? Or?
I'm not sure, it's pretty much self-explanatory. What's being proposed is to take section 301-233, which currently has language regarding airport facilities, and expanding it to exclude or prohibit seaplanes, helicopters, seaplanes, and amphibious aircraft being operated, and provides for fines associated with any violations.
Very good. John Cullen, Northville. I just want to show my full support for this future resolution. We've taken enough noise already this year from seaplanes and helicopters, and I look forward to this passing this resolution. Thank you.
Robert A. Skinner, Eileen Circle in Jamesport. The concept of access by water, where exactly does that line stop with this in going offshore? Or does it? Or is it simply at the high tide line.
The jurisdictional boundaries, if you were actually to go to the town GIS or other maps, you'll see that extends out. And I meant
think
to
it's
have
100.
a copy of it with me, because it does go, basically the line runs up to the riverfront between Southampton and Riverhead, and then kind of goes out on an angle. I believe it's towards Simmons Point on the bay side, and then on the sound side extends out. It's sort of a trapezoidal looking boundary. So the jurisdictional boundaries of the town extend away from the shoreline, and this would, in my opinion, allow us to regulate those activities within that line that's shown on the town map.
And it's on the surface of the water only.
Right, not in the bay, not in the bottoms.
So
I wish I had the map with me, but I can provide it to you if you want to see it pictorially.
I was just wanting to make sure that there is an offset from the shoreline out
There is.
into the water,
There is.
and that runs the entire length of each of those nominal east and west boundaries for this?
That's correct.
Okay, good. I look at this as being almost visionary legislation. We're forward-thinking on this. This is a preemptive strike for the future. Nobody in the past ever thought that the helicopter situation would get to what it is. Nobody thought that Sound Avenue would get to what it is. Nobody thought that the twisting of the term agritainment to go from a large farm stand to basically an amusement park would take place. This gives us a template to prevent because it's not a stretch to think that somebody's going to want to put in condos or a motel and have a floating helipad to come in. It's not a stretch to think that something like that would then be have access by seaplane to pull up to the property. And so I think this legislation gives us a working template to try to rein this activity in. Whether or not it can be completely done away with remains to be seen. To me, the fines are not enough. They would be, I believe, at some point worked in as doing cost of business. We've seen what the charges are currently from the city to the Hamptons. It's, as the property in the Hamptons dries up, it is not out of the question that this would be ignored. And that's my only negative comment to this, and I hope the board goes forward and adopts this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I want to take a moment to thank the Helicopter Task Force for bringing this to us, and also to the Code Revision Committee for helping write it, the legislation. I think it's a good thing. And you guys are working very hard on behalf of all the areas in town that are impacted.
Thank you. Is there any other comments on this?
No.
Seeing no one, I will close this public hearing, but leave it open for written comment for 10 days, for 9 days until our next meeting at October 25th. At this time, we will move on to our second public hearing, which was to begin at, also at 6:05. It is now 6:25. This is the continuation of a public hearing from September 4th, 2019, Chapter 241, Landmarks in Historical Districts, Article 3, Alteration, Demolition of new construction affecting landmarks or historic districts. If anybody would like to come up. Bob, did you want to address this, or?
Well, I mean, there was a lot of comment made this is a continuation of a public hearing that was opened on September 4th. The various changes were laid out and can be seen on the town clerk's records as far as the meeting notes from that public hearing. According to those notes, it was about 7 minutes or 8 minutes in duration. It was opened and closed. So there was a lot of comment. I think it was pretty thoroughly vetted at that time.
I'm just looking for, did we remove the procedural on that one? I can't.
Nope, still
That,
Yeah, procedure's still in there.
what was that?
The
Still in
language
there.
But I think that was
procedure's still in there,
one of
but
the comments
we,
at the
uh,
last public hearing to remove the word, procedural.
With discussion within our office, we didn't have a problem with that word coming out.
Okay, hi. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Richard Wines of Jamesport, and Chair of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. I apologize for not being very well prepared. I didn't realize that tonight was the continuation date of this hearing until I was contacted this afternoon. But as you know, the Landmarks Commission has concerns about the proposed changes to 105 and 241. We also think that there are some additional changes that should be made to, especially to 241. And so that's why we've requested a chance to meet with the town board in work session. For some reason, that hasn't happened yet, but we certainly hope it will happen.
Richard, I just want, this is the public hearing for this, so if you
Mhm.
have any comments on this,
Mhm.
on this code going forward, now would be
Okay.
your opportunity to
And-
do that.
And I will do that.
Okay.
And I do want to thank you, by the way, and Anne Marie for coming to the Landmarks meeting and explaining some of the reasons you see for the code changes. Unfortunately, I think we got sidetracked on an issue that wasn't the main issue, and we didn't get to talk about some of our principal concerns. And I do appreciate the one change that you have made in the code too, removing that word. What we've done is we've taken the liberty of preparing an alternate set of code changes, which my printer stopped printing at 5 copies for some reason, so I'm afraid I don't have one for the town clerk, but
I've seen it, so she can have mine. And Richard, I did ask for the landmarks to have an opportunity to come before the town board at a work session to discuss these proposed code changes, and I was told that this is where they wanted you, or they wanted you to.
Thank you for asking. And I think here, ultimately, the question no one's talked about here is that any test of the code needs to be whether these changes enhance the protection for Riverhead's many historic resources. That's the legislative intent of Chapter 241, and I know it's something that everyone on the town board and in the town strongly supports. And our main concerns have to do with changes proposed in the non-site plan part of the code. The draft I've just given you, I think, incorporates all of the changes that the town board has proposed that deal with site plans, which I think is the primary concern. But there are some other plans that dealt with non-site plan things, and these are primarily individual homeowners in our historic districts or with individually designated buildings. They tend to be for fairly minor things most of the time. The Landmarks Commission tries to be as expeditious as we can in dealing with these. Very few of them are controversial. Most of them are very routine. And it's been a procedure that's worked well for the last 20 years. It's a procedure that's fully in compliance with municipal code, with state municipal law. It also follows the state's model landmark code, for instance. And as far as I know, there haven't been any problems with it, so I'm not quite sure why we're changing it. And the proposed changes, instead of allowing the landmarks commission to act on behalf of the board in these routine matters, would make our opinions solely advisory, and then would send everything to the town board, where the town board would have 15 days to look at it and decide if they wanted to move forward. To me, and
Well,
to...
if, just on that
Yeah.
15 days, if the town board does not act,
Mhm.
the advisory opinion is carried through from the landmark.
Sure, I understand that. And, I don't think that's totally unworkable, but I think it's better. I think the current provisions are stronger. They're better, they're more likely to call for people to do the right thing when they propose changes. I mean, most of the reason the code works is because they understand that they have to do it. And people come to the Landmarks Commission with appropriate changes, and this is what tends to happen all the time. And my worry is that by making it just advisory, and then having everything go to the town board, some applicants at some point are gonna start saying, well, maybe I can get a town board member to look at this some differently, or there's some way that they can twist it and change it. And, that's my worry here. We agree, and Mr. Wooten has often said that the town board needs to be the ultimate decision-making power. And we agree totally with that. We actually think the current proposed text doesn't do that. And what we'd like to see happen is, for some reason or other, when the town code was renumbered, there was a provision that was inadvertently dropped, I think, that allows any applicant to appeal any decision to the town board. And we think that provision should be reintroduced into the code as a better way of dealing with the issue that Jim has brought up many times. So, in short, we do have some concerns. We think there's a better way of doing it. I've just handed out copies of our original draft of what we think might be a better way of doing it. And so I'm hoping that you'll be able to work with the Landmarks Commission and see if we can make some changes that improve the code and make it more effective for the town, and hopefully we can make it easier and clearer for applicants too. Thank you.
Richard, can you please also touch on the eligibility for grants of historic structures and how those grants may not be attainable if this legislation is adopted?
Yes. There are grants under what's called the Certified Local Government program that are available to towns. And basically, to get those grants, you have to have a code that meets the model state code. And the proposal that I've just given you and our current code would meet that. The proposed changes would not meet that.
Can you supply us with that information?
Sure.
Has anybody ever gotten a certified local government? Has anybody?
We have never applied for one in Riverhead. I have actually been to programs that were sponsored by the Southampton Landmarks Commission, for instance, using certified local government grants.
What would that apply to? Why have we never utilized that?
They tend to be grants for advisory things. They tend to be, and they're relatively modest grants in the $10,000, $15,000.
To be used for what kind of? For a private residence?
No, they're not grants for actually doing work. What they are is they're grants to help the town improve their compliance, improve their code, improve their, to encourage to do programs, for instance, to tell people what the right ways of preserving buildings are.
So the town could still apply for that and then administer it through the Landmarks Preservation?
Exactly, right.
Okay.
The town would have to apply for it.
Okay.
But not with the new code.
Yes, with
I
the
don't
new-
think I think the new code, one of the criteria is that the Landmarks Commission has to have, discretion. The town board can have veto power, the town board can,
Which is exactly what this code does.
The current code.
The code that's being proposed here, because you still have discretion, and if we respect very much what you do, and
I
all of
appreciate
the
that.
work that you put into it, and there is your advisory opinion does become, in fact, what is completed if the town board doesn't act, which I'm going to say probably almost all of the time, there will not be an action by the town board because we'll accept what you have, your advisory opinion. So.
I would anticipate that, and in
Yeah.
fact, under the current code, I think there's only been 2 instances when a property owner objected to a Landmarks decision and came to the town board, and both of them have worked out to the benefit of the town, I think.
Right, which would be the Howell House.
Right.
Which was proposed for demolition for a parking lot.
Right, and before that, the Preston House.
And the Preston House.
So, the current code has worked very well for us, I think. And, it's a matter of, why change what's not broken, in a sense, too. As I said, I very much agree with the need to tweak the code to facilitate the site plan thing and clarify the definitions and all of that. The rest of it, we don't. So we would like to be able to pursue code changes and work with the town board on that.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Any questions for anyone?
No, I would just like to add that I think that the granting of this code, if it should be granted, would cause a delay in the approval of applications. I mean, the Landmarks Preservation Commission takes applications via email, then they sit and they meet, they discuss it, they make recommendations, and there's usually a fairly quick turnaround. And if a meeting had to happen again in order to approve that, it would happen. In this case, if the Landmarks Preservation Commission does not approve of an application, there's not even a working relationship with an applicant to try and bring the historic structure to meet what the vision of our historic districts throughout town should look like. Because within 45 days of someone coming for the first time, a recommendation has to be made to the town board. And then within 15 days from there, the town board has to make a decision. And if the town board decides that they don't like it, then they have to make application to the Zoning Board of Appeals. And in my opinion, in sitting with the Landmarks Preservation Commission for the last 10 years, you have passionate people about the history of the town and the architecture of the town that really care about what it looks like. And the town board doesn't have the expertise that these people that sit on the Landmarks Preservation Commission does, and neither does the Zoning Board of Appeals. So in my opinion, it should be left in the hands of the Landmarks Preservation Commission to make recommendations and decisions. I mean, we recently had Michelangelo's Pizzeria downtown, and I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it, but you know, it's a pattern of stucco on the side of the building, and it definitely does not fit into the historic district in downtown, according to, in my opinion. So besides the delay, and besides that we have architects and historians that sit on the Landmarks Preservation Commission that appreciate the architecture when it was built in the early 1900s or mid-1900s, I do appreciate what you do also, and I always respect your opinions, although I didn't always, but I kept an open ear and was willing to work with you and listen to your reasons for it. This new legislation would require staff. So we would have to hire somebody to sit with the Landmarks Preservation Commission in order to take the minutes and be able to put that information forth to the town board so that the town board could make a decision based on the facts that were presented at the meeting. Leaving in the hands of the town board for a final decision where politics can play a role, where someone can come in and say, hey, just approve my project just because, or here's a donation, or whatever, you know, that concerns me also, because this Landmarks Preservation Commission is an independent board, and they don't care about politics. They care about preserving the historic character of our historic districts. I think that we should schedule a meeting with the town board for a work session to discuss it with you. I know that all of the members of the Landmarks Preservation Commission wanted to be here tonight, especially one of our members who is very concerned about this, and several of them have said that if this happens, then they are just not, they're gonna resign. They're not gonna be on that board, and they've been on the board for many years, and they have shaped our historic district. So I'm concerned about that, and I just think that the Landmarks Preservation Commission, who is a group of volunteers, they are all unpaid and very passionate about our historic districts, should be given an opportunity to come and sit before the town board at a work session and have a discussion across the table rather than at a podium.
So let me just say, this is not about politics, and let's not make it that way. I think all of us up here agree that you, Landmarks and ARB do great work, and we are very respectful of your opinions, and I believe that they're listened to. But I think that this actually streamlines the process and protects the ARB and the Landmarks, well, the Landmarks in this case. And Michelangelo's actually was a situation, I think, that prompted these code changes, because that didn't go well. And as far as someone taking minutes, I don't think we would have to, I mean, doesn't Carissa take minutes?
She doesn't go to Landmarks, but she can go to Landmarks.
Oh, okay, because at ARB, Carissa takes really detailed minutes.
And we recognize, I had met with the whole Landmarks Committee. We also brought the town attorney to meet with you to answer any questions that you had during one of your meetings. You did express that concern, and we do realize that to take minutes would be helpful for you, because the advisory opinion is what the town relies on. And I think we had said that at that point too, that there would be even more increased communication between the board, our board, the town board, and Landmarks, where we would have the advisory opinion, but we could also call on you to attend a meeting if there was a project of such significance that we needed to have an actual dialogue back and forth rather than just the written minutes. So I think, we've said that we would put that in place also. And I just want to clarify, Bob, this is clarification of the role of the Landmarks Preservation Committee, because in our code, Landmarks Preservation is an advisory board, and this is clarification of that language. And Bob, did you want to address that?
Well, that's actually not in this particular section. This is the, chapter 241 is the chapter that deals with the designation of landmark and historic districts. The section that talks about the advisory capacity, I think, is actually in chapter 105, which is boards, commissions, and councils. And that particular section does, I think, I wasn't ready for this, I apologize, but I believe that in the establishment clause, which is one of the first sections in that particular section, it describes the landmarks as an advisory body to the town board, and that's the way it's described. So it's in a different section of the code, but they are an advisory body.
Right, but in this section of the code that we're discussing, and that's the matter of this public hearing, where it says that
This doesn't, I apologize, this section doesn't address it, so that is a different portion.
And of course, the code could be amended the other way to clarify it.
agreed.
But lastly, I wanted to say that I didn't hear that some of the people were thinking of resigning, but that would be very disappointing, because it is such a good group, and there's a lot of expertise on the landmarks. I'd be disappointed in that.
Well, I'll just say that, Richard, thank you for this, and I certainly will research this and compare it and see where
Great, thank you.
where the rough spots are. I don't think this really stops procedurally, although I don't like the word like you. It's still, applications and stuff coming before the town board has to be remitted over to land. You get first bite at it, so I don't think it stops that whole procedure from happening. I don't think we're diminishing your authority as far as that goes, at least your advisory authority. I don't know, I'll look at it, and I thank you for
Great, I appreciate that, and certainly I appreciate all of the support that all of you have demonstrated over the years for preservation of the town's historic resources.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
And just for the record, the section that I was referring to, I didn't have it right at my fingertips, is 105-44, which talks about the creation of the Landmarks Preservation Committee. And in subsection A, it says the following, quote, "There is hereby created a Landmark Preservation Commission, comma, which shall act as an advisory body to the town board, comma, and in conjunction with the Architectural Review Board when necessary on site plans and applications for designated landmarks or structures within an historic district." Again, that's 105-44 subsection A.
And then 105-45B says that the Landmarks Preservation Commission shall have the powers and duties granted by this article and Chapter 241 Landmark and Historic Districts, which shall include to act on behalf of the town board and applications for alterations to residential structures which have been designated as landmarks, and C is to act on behalf of the town board on alterations or demolitions of designated structures within a historic district which are not part of a site plan application. So to act on behalf of is being stricken, and to review and make recommendations to the town board is what is being replaced with.
Correct.
So you're taking the authority away from the Landmarks Preservation Commission, which in my opinion are the experts and have done a great job in preserving our historic districts.
All right. Does the board have an issue if I close the public hearing but leave it over for written comment till October 25th? Hearing nothing, I will close the public hearing and leave it open for written comment till October 25th. I'm gonna lose my, public hearings. Okay, at this time, it is now 6:47. I will open the third public hearing which is to begin at 6:10, the continuation of a public hearing from September 4th, 2019, Chapter 209, Architectural Review, Article 1, General Provisions. If anybody would like to come up and address the board on this? Seeing no one, I will close that public hearing and again leave it open for 9 days, I'm sorry, the other one was 9 days also, till October 25th. Because we're having a Wednesday meeting instead of a regular Tuesday meeting. At this time, I will open the next public hearing that was to begin at 6:15. It is now 6:48, we'll go. The continuation of a public hearing from September 4th, 2019, Chapter 105, Boards, Commissions, and Councils, Article 9, Landmarks Preservation Commission. And
I would just like to ask that the minutes and the record from the testimony for 2019-48 for the continuation of the public hearing for the landmarks and historic districts, that those minutes and that record be included in this public hearing as well, please. And that's from September 4th and then also this evening.
All right. Anybody else? Seeing nobody, I will close that public hearing and leave it open till October 25th. We'll now move on to our next public hearing that was supposed to begin at 6:20. It is now 6:48 again. 6:47 and a half. The continuation, where am I here now? The continuation of a public hearing from September 4th, 2019, Chapter 105, Boards, Commissions, and Councils, Article 3, Architectural Review Board. Anybody would like to come up and address the board? Any comments from the board? Seeing,
I did let the ARB know that it was on for discussion tonight, but I think the ARB, well, we'll wait and see if they have written comment, but I do think they seem satisfied after we met with them.
Yeah, the ARB has always been, they've always asked for the same authority that the Landmarks Preservation Commission has, and that they felt that their comments to the town board or to the planning board were just disregarded, and they've always asked for more authority, and they've never been given it, so that it remains the same, that their remarks can just be disregarded.
No, I work with the ARB, they seem satisfied with it, they're a fabulous group, actually, I love working with the ARB. I mean, they have asked me to make a code change about painting, but, other than that,
About what? Painting?
that you can paint a building without coming to the ARB.
Well, thank you.
Unless you get a bright, hot pink building in the middle of downtown.
Right. But anyway, we're gonna leave it open for comment, just
yeah.
in case.
And I would just like to say, I respect the Landmarks Preservation Commission and also our Architectural Review Board. All of the members of both of those boards are instrumental in the development of this town. Their expertise is highly respected and regarded. This is in no way a reflection on what they're doing. I think this actually helps us work together better when we're planning and moving our town forward. So I kind of take a little pause with what you're saying, Jody, because I don't think that is the case. But seeing nobody else to speak, I will close this public hearing and leave it open for written comment till
Judy.
October
Oh,
25th.
Judy, I didn't see you up there.
She's gonna get to the next one.
Hi, I'm Judy Barth, and I do sit on the Architectural Review Board. And I didn't know that this was coming tonight. I'm actually here for something else. So I hope they don't reflect on one versus the other. I've been on the Architectural Review Board for maybe 10, 15 years. We are an advisory board. We are not a regulatory board. The landmarks did come in after we had started, and they became a regulatory board. The helpfulness of that to put our town forward aesthetically has been of great value to the Architectural Review Board in having the historical landmarks preservation as a regulatory board. Because even though the town board may take us seriously as an advisory board, our clients do not take us as seriously because we are not a regulatory board. And they know that, especially the developers that come in from that have been to the town board meetings or have pushed things through before. So it would behoove everyone if both of us were regulatory boards and that we worked closer with the other boards that are in this town, the planning board and the zoning board of appeals and the town board. I see more communication in the last few years with the town board as to what we're doing, and that brings us great hope for how we are moving forward. So that I'm very grateful for. But I do think that if you take away our regulatory status and make us solely advisory, you're going to take away some of our clout as making decisions in order to help steer this town in the direction that we all want it to go. So,
I think part of that is also the way SECRA was done here previously. We have changed the way we do SECRA because there was, and I wish our planner was here today, but he's on vacation. Previously, what was happening was somebody would come in with an application. It made it very challenging for developers coming in also, because they would come in with a plan, it would go to landmarks, and it would go to AARB prior to coming before the board that was to review it. It didn't necessarily have a SECRA or coordinated review at that point. There was even times where you guys were looking at projects where it had not been before the board with their site plan, and you were having the developer change plans when it might not have even met code or even been in the building envelope. And then the developers are spending a lot of time and money to make revisions to their plans when it has not even been looked at the regulatory agency as to what the envelope of the building is. So there are tweaks both ways. I think that will make it much more streamlined for people to be able to come in and to develop here, and to give both boards a much larger voice in being able to put their recommendations forward, and not just put their recommendations forward, but then having the board that's reviewing their recommendations implemented as the process goes forward. So I think it's going to be a much more cohesive process for all involved.
okay. Well, I just, if on the Architecture Review Board, if we were to see something, we had already assumed that it had been through the proper channels.
And it had never been.
If it had come to us and it's on our agenda, we don't make up the agenda. So we would review something as if it's coming to us it might be the first time. Sometimes they would say that it's for preliminary review. So what does that mean? We were never sure what preliminary review meant. I think they just wanted our comments so that they could go back and change their plans so that it would be something that the town board would then approve.
But the developer was assuming that this was their review.
So I think that this is a good start to have everyone come into, so that the process moves more efficiently, and it moves in a direction where we want the town to where the town to be. So I'm open to suggestions, but we would like to have it open, so that everyone is on board with everything.
Yeah,
Okay?
because I did sit with the Architectural Review Board for many years, and most of the applications that come in are for signs, and the Architectural Review Board was famous for saying, we're not here to design your site plan, we're here to look at the aesthetics of the building and what we would like to see.
Right, and we don't get involved in the code, whether it meets code or anything like that. We just want to make sure that aesthetically that it fits that it has a sense of place in this town. That's what but it has to also be, that was someone else's job to make sure that it's according to code.
Right.
We are here for aesthetic value and along with the historic preservation. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Judy, I just want to jump back to the beginning when you said you just found out about this today.
This part of the meeting, yes, I did, about
You
this
or
part.
the board itself, the ARB?
I'm not sure. I did. I'm not speaking for Roy or for the rest of the group. I'm just speaking in terms of what my knowledge of where I've come from and how long I've been on the board.
Okay.
So
By
I
the way,
can't really
well, we
speak for
did-
Roy.
Yeah, and by the way, Judy, I'm sorry, I didn't see you sitting out there. We did set the date prior to this, and then I did also, I emailed this morning, I don't know, about 8 in the morning.
Right, that's what I
Um,
saw, and I was already on my way here for something else, so,
So, anyway, I'm
anyway.
glad you're here, and we're
Okay.
happy to have your feedback.
great, thank you.
And it also was noticed, just. Is there something else? No, but Diane, I just wanted,
I know, it was noticed on the town website and on the town clerk signboard.
Get your soup kitchen hat on.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this time we will close, well, I had already closed it, and, can we amend it so that can be part of the record?
Well, I think you asked if anybody else wanted to speak, and that's when Judy stood up. I don't know that it was
I-
formally closed.
Yeah, I had already.
The first one you did. The second
All right, can we add that comment to the record? So anyhow, so we're closing that one and leaving open for written comment to the 25th. At this time, it is 7 o'clock. We are at the 6:25 public hearing, which is a consideration of amendment to Chapter 217 of the Riverhead Town Code entitled Buildings, Building Constructions and Improvement and Housing Standards, Part 5, Housing Standards, Article 5, General Provisions. Bob, do you want to update on this one, or?
I'll give some general comments, and then I guess we can hear from the public. The public hearing that's now being considered is to amend a number of articles that are found at Part 5 of Chapter 217, which is referred to as our housing code. There are 11 separate articles in that particular that part. There's Article 5 through Article 15. The changes are, well, I'll go through a couple of them, then, we can hear from the public. At Article 5, which is the general provisions, there are changes being proposed to sections 21744, 21745, 21746, and 21749. I'll start with the easiest, which is 21749, which is the definitions section, and what's being proposed is to add one additional definition to that section for mobile home. Going back to 217-44, which is the purpose provision of that particular article, Article 5, it's being expanded to set forth some additional recitals and some additional emphasis from the town board as to why this chapter is being amended, the concerns that the town board has with certain issues concerning dilapidated structures and hazardous conditions, and also contains a recital that the changes here are being done pursuant to the municipal home rule law. Article 6, the one change that I bring to your attention is an additional section is going to be added to section 21754, which is the habitable space. I think it was a typo. I think that should be subsection 5, as there's already 4 subsections in that particular provision. It refers to PMC New York State, which is NYS, which is the Property Maintenance Code of New York State. And there's one other, I think, change. The section that's referred to as section 404-41 through 404.41 to 404.5. I believe 404.41 should be 404.4.1, which is the section that deals with bedroom sizes and habitable space.
404, I'm sorry, 404.
It's 404.4.1.
Okay.
Yeah, instead of 41. Okay. We are amending 21766 in Article 9, so that the standards of the health department, or in a case where there's more stringent standards in the town code, those will be applicable to all sewage drainage systems. Under enforcement, which is Article 12, we are the proposal would shorten the time period for compliance basically in half. Currently, it's the compliance periods are not less than 10 days to not more than 30 days. It would be not less than 5 and not more than 15. We're taking the current section under this proposal of 217-89. That's going to be renumbered 217-90, which deals with records. And there's going to be provisions that deal with a failure to comply notice, a fine structure of not less than $2,500.
But Bob, in 21789,
Yep,
you just addressed that one?
I was just getting to that.
Oh, okay.
At 21789, we're going to add, 3 new, so there's gonna be a new 21789, which is gonna, be in the place of 21789 that currently exists and it's being renumbered.
And it just bumps all the numbers down?
Yeah, it's gonna bump everything down.
Okay.
So under that proposal, there's, we're gonna to now add a section which is entitled the failure to comply, which will allow for the building inspector, to seek additional remedies. It will also, include, punishments, which now will be increased by a fine of not less than $2,500 nor more than $10,000. Oops, sorry about that. These, violations will be considered misdemeanors, and each separate date of violation shall be considered a separate additional violation. And it will also provide for the remedy of revocation of a certificate of occupancy, as well as the bringing of injunctive relief. Then there's a number of just renumbering, because the sections that follow 21990, which are pretty extensive and go all the way to 217-106, will all be bumped back one designated section. I could go on, but I think we want to hear from the public as far as the changes that are being proposed.
Well, I have just a quick school of thought. I remember when this was introduced last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago now, there seemed to be some, not, I wouldn't say pushback, but some concerns from code enforcement and some in the town attorney's office that felt that there was some parts of this legislation that weren't addressed, or that there was some parts of this legislation that could be tightened up or reflect more of the New York State Building Code and not so much property management code.
Well, I think,
And
yeah.
I tell you, it caught me off guard. I thought the order was unfounded to begin with. I thought we had a discussion instead of people drawing lines in the sand, but it seemed it got kind of contentious for a while. So I don't think that's been addressed in this current legislation. Has those concerns been addressed through code enforcement, everybody, as far as what their suggestions would be?
The email, what I had seen is that they were asking that the code include the property maintenance code of the state of New York. And it does include the property maintenance code of the state of New York as the baseline. The other concern was that what that standard was, this code does is make it the property maintenance code of the state of New York, the minimum standard. So if we have any codes that are, more, stricter than that, the way this is written, it does permit that. So that was the concern that I had heard. And this code does address that.
And so it's my understanding, and you're saying the state code is the minimum, that actually our code will be stronger.
It can be stronger in some places, as Jody had asked about the sewer drainage systems. So that was placed in there, so that's stricter, I believe, than the property maintenance code state of New York standard, so that is in there.
And then you brought it up, but it no longer includes the owner-occupied single-family residence. It closes that loophole. That was a loophole. Bob, do you wanna explain that if it was owner-occupied,
Well, the current
they
the
weren't
current
set to the same
legislation-
standards?
The current legislation does not apply to a mobile home courts, or to an owner-occupied one-family dwelling. So when we look at chapter 217, in particular, part 5, which is housing standards, the current code specifically states it doesn't apply to those particular.
But like if it's a multifamily home and the owner is living there, they didn't have to follow the same standards. That's the loophole that I was understanding. This removed the loophole about owner-occupied.
We have to petition the state to make this stronger, do we not?
No, because
No.
that's what this does, it asserts home rule, and that's what the beginning of this does. Bob, do you wanna address the section, but that is what section A for purpose does. It exerts our home rule to be able to increase the fines here, to address the overcrowded housing, that is, in the town of Riverhead.
Yeah.
And it can go after the landlords that are allowing this to occur, and to rent these
not
homes
true.
out, and it gives us the ability to go after them.
Not true. We have to
Well,
petition the state.
It's not unlike the zombie
That's not
law.
We do, we
It's
have to
all-
petition the state, I'm telling you.
I'll
We have
leave that to
petition
Bob.
the state.
Well,
Bob,
I
you're gonna
You
have
know
to.
don't wanna necessarily offer advice up on the record.
So do you wanna talk to-
But
Well,
I-
this is a
and
public
I
hearing.
don't really think this is the time for it
I know.
anyway.
This is a
the
public
time
hearing.
To hear from the public
Yes.
as to whether they think this is a good idea, bad idea, raise questions about the legislation, raise, anything that they think might be mistakenly or incorrectly drafted, and we can deal with the other issues.
All right, so if anybody from the public would like to
attorney-client
comment
discussion.
at this point.
Hi, Stephanie Rangeli, resident here in Riverhead. Good evening, everyone. I do support this. I support that there needs to be stronger regulations on our community housing. I will address this later again in the evening, but I want to address this now. I think that code enforcement is lacking. I think that there is an abundance of situations arising, not in just certain areas of our town. Our town has a very, very broad geographic location, and it is being affected widely at this point. It's affecting our property values, it's affecting the aesthetics of our Riverhead and what our town has to offer. So while we are so concerned about the aesthetic view of Michelangelo's, I think we need to concentrate on the non-owner occupied residencies and how they are lacking to maintain and lacking code enforcement. And I do want to point out that I have, I'm not only a resident, I'm a civic association representative for RTACC, which is Riverhead Township Concerned Citizens.
Riverhead what?
It's a civic association that has recently formed.
The name is what?
It's RTAC. I didn't think you wanted me to get into
Well,
that
you know
this
what,
morning,
Well, I
we're,
don't
because you
we're,
wanted
wanna-
to-
we're gonna, if you
Yes.
wanna address
So
the
I-
public
again,
hearing,
like I'm
otherwise,
right
at the
now-
end, you have an opportunity.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I am addressing Mr. Wooten right now. Thank you. I will definitely point out who I am and what I also represent later on. But I want to specifically point out right now, since we are bringing up code enforcement, that I myself have heard from Senator Lavalle's office. He has called my personal residency, and he has, a representative has stressed that this is a local problem, that the local supervisor has failed at code enforcing. Joanne has asked me, quote unquote, to let you know that. You have called her several pleas, comments from the community.
Okay.
Joanne has specifically has a message to say, Laura Jen Smith, you have called our office several times. Your community has called my office several times. Unfortunately, this is not a state concern. This is a local town concern.
Well,
Excuse me.
Code enforcement is a
I'd like to
local
relay
town
the message,
concern.
please. Thank
Yes.
you. And she wanted you to know that unfortunately, code enforcement in the town, and we can make all these provisional changes, but unless we are enforcing and really cracking down, the problem will not get resolved.
Well, that's what this attempt for this code change is. It's to be able to go after the landlords that are renting houses and overcrowded houses. It's giving us another tool to go after them and to hit them where it hurts in the pocketbook, so it does not become profitable, because what we have on the books right now is not as effective as we would like it to be.
Okay,
And
can I
that's
ask
why
you a
we-
question?
That's why
And
we have this code
I
enforcement
love the
changing.
proactive approach. However, it's, excuse me, when we were elected and, no, let me hear me out. No,
Excuse
don't
me for
shush
one-
me, I'm a
Yes,
community
I am,
member.
because this is a public hearing on
It
this.
is a
You
public
have an
hearing, but
oppor-
I'm supporting something, but I have
You
a
have
question.
an opportunity at the
I
end of
have
the
a
meeting to
question.
address something.
I have a question
Is it-
pertaining to this provision.
Then that's fine. Then
And the
that's fine. Go ahead.
changes.
Go ahead.
Why are they only coming up now, though?
Why are they only coming up
Why
now?
are these changes only coming up now? When we're gonna be faced with a big
Okay.
concern about enforcing
All right.
them.
And I'm gonna respond to you. First of all, let me just say, with everything that's going on with the school bond and such, I realize that this is a difficult time. And and that there's a lot of passion involved, that people are concerned about the schools and your homes. I mean, I grew up here, I was a teacher in Riverhead for 33 years, so I understand what's happening in the community.
Absolutely.
But let me just say that we need to be respectful of one another.
Thank you, Ms.
And we
Kent.
need to work together and resolve issues.
Thank you, Ms. Kent.
And we did, reach out to the school district, the town is trying to work
And-
with the school district, but I am gonna say to you that this is not a new problem. This has been going on for a decade. This is not a new problem at all, and I have seen major change occurred, and I am gonna give, that to the supervisor. First of all, the code enforcement department was doubled. Second
He's
of
sitting
all-
at our beaches having breakfast.
Let me just, if you wouldn't mind, let me just
Okay.
finish. I'm not gonna be really long. Our code department has doubled, and they work very hard. I'm very familiar with them. I really would rather them not be attacked. Second of all, there've been weekly meetings, and the meetings have the fire marshal, the town attorneys, the code enforcement officers, and the weekly meetings are addressing, and I'm in on those meetings, except when Councilwoman Giglio comes, I step out because she's the code enforcement department, that's her department.
Invited once, over the last 2 years.
And so the meetings, well, you could have requested to come, you're an adult. She has met with the school superintendent, and frankly, these
It's all
changes to
recent, because I've initiated it. It's all recent. It is all recent.
This is not true. This is not
No,
true.
what I'm
I'm
saying
sorry.
is that the both
and
of
you
them
know
meeting,
what? I'm
the both
almost
of them
finished.
meeting is all recent. It all took place last week.
Okay.
She originally had a meeting with Ms. Giglio, and that was canceled, all because of, it just so happens to be an election time, and somebody's on fire, somebody's,
By the way,
you know what, is under fire.
Excuse me, sorry, but students were actually a little easier. I'm not finished. I'm almost finished, okay? So these problems have been addressed, and this code change actually takes a really hard line. Let me tell you, these landlords, they've been a problem a long time. Certain landlords are not only a problem in Riverhead, they're a problem in surrounding towns.
I'm very familiar
So I
with
don't
that.
understand why we've been told by some people who, we're trying to work within the town, well, we're working with them. When you got a landlord that's got such egregious, situation, I don't think we need to work with them. I think we need to just take a hard line with them. And that's what we're doing here. We're doubling the fines,
And what happens if they
and
don't pay these
I'm
fines?
still talking.
They can go to jail.
They can go to jail. We can put in a stop order. That was not in there before. And we should be taking these people to Supreme Court. I know Eric Howard prefers not to take them to Supreme Court, and to my knowledge, no one has gone to Supreme Court on these cases for 3 years, but by God, it's about time. Because it's not just the safety of the people who live there, it's the safety of the people who live all around. It's everybody's safety.
Absolutely. And that's why, excuse me, Councilwoman, Ms. Kent, I want you to understand, just as passionately as you spoke, understand that I passionately speak because in 6 years that I have resided here, I have seen, and again, I have numerous conversations with local town officials where I myself have reported and continually watched these homes deteriorate. I, as a mother and as a community member, am fearful of not just the aesthetics of my town and my values, but in the safety and well-being of the people that reside in their children.
And
Are
I
we going to
appreciate,
wait?
I do appreciate, it's Stephanie, right?
Yes.
I appreciate your passion. I was just asking that we're all respectful of one another.
Absolutely.
And
And
that,
please
sometimes that goes by the wayside, but let me just tell you, we did look into how many, and another thing is, the violations have doubled. So we're working harder. But as far as the complaints, I was surprised, for all the complaining that I hear in town, there were only 93 complaints.
I'm doing
That's not
everything
really
to
a lot.
increase that. I'm doing everything to increase that.
And let me tell you, it's right on the website, there's a link
Yeah, I
right on
hand out
the
the phone
website.
number all the time. I do. I personally
Well,
have-
we need to get more people, I want more people putting in the complaints, so that
And
we
you
can.
have my word, there will be more people putting
It's-
in complaints.
It's in two places, it's on the website at the bottom, and also if you click on the code enforcement department,
Yes.
it's right there.
And
So
by
if
the way,
more
it'll be
people-
anonymous,
If
so
more
nobody
people would
knows that
complain,
you
do
complained.
formal complaints instead of, not you, but just complaining online about things or stirring things up in the town, we could take more action.
Yes,
And
no,
I
More
would just
people
like to
putting in complaints is not gonna help unless we have the staff to handle the complaints.
That's
Thank
why we've
you.
We
doubled
do
it,
not
Tim.
have the
That's,
staff to
and
handle
that's
the
why we've
complaints.
doubled it.
This
We've
budget
doubled
that's
it.
been presented
you.
does not
You did
have
not
the
double
staff needed to do and handle the complaints that we need to do in this town.
because and
Supreme
you
Court
guys should've
action
doubled it
needs to
sooner.
be done
We
by
did.
one person individually, just assigned, as years back, we had a deputy attorney that handled just Supreme Court actions. We don't have the staff to do that right now.
So here's,
So until we get
Mr.
that
Hubbard.
staff, we're not gonna be able to attack this as
And
we
you know what's
should.
even more concerning, Mr. Hubbard, and thank you for pointing that out, is our town, we have a jail in our town, and come January, the bail bond reform is letting out over 50% of those inmates. If we can't enforce code now, and we have overcrowding concerns now, I wonder what percentage of those people living in overcrowding are starting residencies for those people that will be let out. Then crime goes up. This is a trickle-down effect that's concerning to the community. And I'm sorry, but code enforcement failure is going to have more of a problem, and I just need to point that out to the community. Thank you.
Can I
Thank
just
you.
address a few things, because you said a
Absolutely.
few things that aren't exactly correct. You know, I came into office and you're saying it's the first time I've met with the superintendent of the school. That is not correct. I've met with her on numerous occasions. I also met with her because I actually went up to Albany and lobbied that we need more funding in our school district here.
For foundation aid, which has nothing
No,
to do with
no, no, it wasn't for foundation aids. It was more support for our school district. And I have spoken
What
to her.
aid?
Well, I think that there needs to be more aid.
you. You're
just-
local, that's state, two total different jurisdictions.
Okay, can I finish, please?
Sure.
Okay, I know what foundation aid is, but I also think that there's, the students that we have in our classrooms here are not just general ed students, they're not 504 students, they're not special ed students. We also have students here that are interrupted learners and E&L students that have the same classification as a gen ed student, which taxes the school district. I think that's an issue that Albany needs to address, and I brought that to Albany. I also would like to clarify the difference between the school district's responsibilities and the town's responsibilities.
Please.
The town is responsible for code enforcement, and the school district, and I've also heard, you know, the students in the district are not from our district. That's in the purview of the school district, and the school district is responsible for identifying students that are in the district that don't reside in the district. We are responsible for code enforcement, and as Catherine said, been working very hard, and I will have my town attorney here confirm this, but I'm gonna say back in 2010, 11, we had a town attorney who was justice court and code enforcement, and vigorously enforced our town code and brought cases to justice court as well as Supreme Court. Around 2011, way before I came in, they stopped addressing those concerns vigorously. And since then, there has been more and more homes that have gone into blight and overcrowding. And so since I came in, I have tried to address that aggressively. I started meeting with the town attorney service, with code enforcement, with our police department, and with our fire marshals. That never occurred before, to bring all of these factors together so that we could work together to support each other. We are still within a 2% tax cap, yet despite that, in my budget, something that hadn't been done in years, I increased our code enforcement. I also increased,
No, you didn't, I'm sorry.
Yes, I
You know
did.
what, this is not a political campaign right now. We have an agenda.
Can
This is not your political
Excuse me
campaign
for
right now,
one
I'm
minute,
sorry.
can I finish talking? Last year, we increased our code enforcement officers and we added an additional
By what, 2?
code enforcement officer last year. And in this year's budget, I also have additional code enforcement officers that I proposed to them. And we've also worked with the police to be able to address the issue and identify problems and to also be involved in our code enforcement issues. And to that end, we have doubled the amount of cases that we have ticketed and brought to our justice court. Can we do more? Absolutely. Do we need to do more? Absolutely. And this is part of doing more to help settle that problem. So I just, you know, to say that I have not done anything, I have probably done more in the last year and a
So
half
why is the
than
state
than
senator's
the
office
other
saying
people
that?
sitting up on this board have done
Please
for
stop
code
interrupting.
enforcement in the past 10 years.
Okay, and I would
Okay.
just like to say that we are 10 months into the supervisor's budget. And we have code enforcement officers that are driving around, 2 code enforcement officers in 1 car.
You're the code enforcement liaison. Why
And
don't you
I
push
have
for-
not, I
You
have
haven't
not
brought
been
that up to
invited.
me once.
I have not been invited to one code enforcement committee meeting since the supervisor took office. We used to
Yep.
have meetings regularly, and then it became the downtown code enforcement committee meeting. And the town attorney and the code enforcement officer used to tell me, why weren't you at the meeting? We need you back in these meetings.
You
I
didn't
can
show
you,
up,
I can
Jody,
show
you
you the
didn't
emails.
show.
Can I finish? You're being very rude.
Yes,
So-
please don't interrupt her.
Excuse me, let the council people finish talking.
So I can show you the emails. Please, line up at my office after we're done here, and I can show you the emails that came to my office saying, the code revision meeting is this Friday at 10 o'clock. And then at that morning at 8 o'clock, oh, we changed it until next weekend at 11:30. I'm sorry, Catherine, my daughter had an infusion at Stony Brook Hospital that I changed the time around so that I could attend the first one that was canceled.
Did you
and
ask the meeting to
rescheduled
be
for the
rescheduled?
following week. You rescheduled it.
But did you ask the meeting to be
You
rescheduled so
schedule
that
the
you could
meetings.
attend?
You schedule the meetings just like you do with the water
All right,
district.
guys, enough.
I know.
With,
I know.
with,
Come on.
with the, she schedules the meetings with the
Okay.
water district,
All right.
with
Can
the
we listen
police
to the public?
department,
I'm-
with the sewer district,
All right.
and she contacts the liaisons and asks them to attend. She doesn't ask me to attend, not until I started making a big deal about it a few weeks ago.
Can I just ask you something?
Stephanie, can you come back on for me?
I-
I'm sorry I had to go through all that.
I know.
I'm sorry I had to go through all that.
I just want you to know that, you know, I've lived in many places in my life here on Long Island, and all of these towns have struggled in many ways. It's about transparency, true transparency. And it's also about working together, not
Correct.
pointing fingers,
Absolutely.
not running to the race because of a campaign. It's about listening and understanding that a community is compassionate in when they speak, and that they're not attacking, they're just compassionate because a lot of it is out of fear and of uncertainty. And when our taxpayers are paying you guys to do a job, we should be allowed to speak and respect the passion that comes from not only me, but your other community members.
Absolutely.
So with that being said, with all of the changes that do go on, I don't know, here's one for you. When I grew up in Malvern, okay, there was one rule. You park your car in your driveway. If you have too many cars, that's not legal. If you get ticketed too many times, we own your car, okay? You don't pay your bills, you get a lien on your property. We can take control of these things in a much simpler way with dollars and cents smart. I don't see it happening. I haven't seen it here in 6 years. And with all due respect, Supervisor, even before you were here, and I did vote for you, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay? But I probably right now, I need somebody that, I need change. I think the community needs change, and I'm not gonna go on with that. You came in, you had a lot to contend with. In 6 years, I have seen it continually get worse. And right now, we've got, like, unfortunately, I don't want to use the word perfect, but it's the only way I can use it, the perfect storm. You've got overcrowding that's affecting a bond that is going to increase our community taxes drastically, okay? You're going to lose good families to this community that are going to worry about the preservation of Riverhead, because the ones that are going to remain are not going to worry about your preservation. That's why my voice needs to be heard, because I care about what you guys are doing. I care about each and one of these community members. I want my children to go to school with people that have been here for generations. And those people, those same families, don't have the ability to put a for sale sign on their house when the overcrowding gets out of control or the aesthetics of this community have failed. They have to stay because this is their livelihood. So I represent the voice of not just myself, but my civic association represents them, and it represents the elderly too. So understand,
What's the civic's name again, please?
it's RTACC, Riverhead Town Associates of Concerned Citizens.
And this was spurned by the school bond?
This literally just started
I
in
can
less
tell,
than
'cause
30 days.
I was just doing my
I was gonna come and
calculations.
introduce myself,
I've been here
Mr.
290
Rowan.
meetings. and this
We
is the first
actually
I've
have
had this
over
discussion.
322 members as of today. And I have to tell you, I almost was late here because my phone is constantly ringing off the hook because people are crying. And they're panicking.
We understand what you're saying, and that's why this is being put forward. We understand, and I agree with you that it's dollars and cents. And if somebody is doing something that's not within the codes of our community, then the fine should be strong enough so that it has an effect. What we have had on the books, and I have been meeting with the attorneys and with code enforcement, and we had items on the books that were not being effective. And we had meetings with our town attorneys and our code enforcement. Bob, you have been there, Eric Howard have been there, and I have sat there meeting after meeting and said, you know, listen, what we're doing is not working. What can we do? How can we fix this? And I agree. It can be much more effective. There's a lot more we can be doing. We can be a lot stronger in this, and we need to be, because I hear what you're saying. I don't believe that we should allow overcrowded housing in the town of Ripon. It is unsafe, not only for the tenants that are living there, for the houses live next door, for our water quality and everything else. And
garbage men.
And the garbage, all the way around. And it's the landlords that are the bad characters in this town that are renting these homes out illegally, that we need to go after and make it more expensive for them to rent the home out than it is. These fines are not just for the persons, it's each and every single day we can administer them. And we have charged our town attorneys with bringing this forward. We are no longer interested in just sitting by and handing a ticket and not taking a stand on it. So I totally agree with you that this is a line in the sand. We're done.
Well, I'm just looking at the increase. In just like the last 6 months in this town, and I have to say, you know, one town's, and again, we know that across the island, you see articles all the time. Oyster Bay had a crackdown of 50 families, and I get it. However, a town's reputation to be strict, no nonsense, doesn't allow the welcoming of people to say, hey, listen, I can rent a room to you for $3,000, because you know what? The town doesn't enforce code. The reputation that we have right now speaks very loud and welcoming to those people that rent.
And as I said,
above and beyond the landlords that, by the way, I could name just one street in Riverhead, Moet, okay, that's it's owned, 70% of that street is owned by LLCs. That's concerning. As a realtor, it's all public information that can be obtained.
Stephanie, we have to give other people more time, but I do want to say to you, think about everything that's been said. Think about all the stuff that each of us are saying. We're on the same page here.
It's all about being on the same page, but it's getting it done.
We are.
Well, you're here talking about legislation what's gonna enact.
Absolutely, but you can change, that's why that's why my comments started, was because you can talk about changing the law, but if you don't enforce it, and you lack code enforcement, and that's the bottom line. And you can disregard that, but it is.
That's the statement I wanna make
Thank you.
with code enforcement. We can make it $1 million fine. If we can't enforce it, what good is it? We need more code enforcement, we need at least 2 more officers, we need a full-time another clerk in that office to handle the number of cases, and we're gonna need a paralegal over in the town attorney's office to handle the cases to go to Supreme Court. Now, the town, and I'm part of this, but it happened way before I got here also. The can has been kicked down the road so many times, that the budget's been cut, personnel have been cut, now this is what we have. Sure, we saved the 2% cap, okay, everybody got a $90 check, woo, that's great. How's that fair with your overcrowded houses? Would you rather have the $90 check, or would you rather have a house with 2 cars in the driveway and 1 family living in it? That's the way it should be. Her budget does not include nearly enough for what we need to handle this situation. So don't be mistaken by what was said up here tonight.
Wait,
But I just have to say one thing. Last year, the council people have every opportunity. I put out a preliminary budget, and the council people have every opportunity to change the budget or to ask for something else. There was no request for additional code enforcement officers
asking
last.
for more code
Let me just finish,
enforcement.
let me just finish. We're
Hear
talking
us.
about not the budget going forward, but last year's budget, I included another code enforcement officer. I did not hear from anybody sitting up on this board that they wanted to increase the code enforcement officers last year. I just wanna put that out there.
That's not true. I'll pull up the minutes.
You know what, you know what's sad for me, when this, you guys are trying to make this a political issue.
Yeah.
It's
People are
not a
trying,
political issue,
no,
it's a
no.
town issue. We're the
No,
town, we
Tim,
should be dealing with
Tim,
it.
let me just finish. We should be working together, I'm gonna say again, we can resolve this issue. You know, I think this is good what we're putting forward, and I'm glad you're on the same page. You can talk to your son-in-law, because I want him to go to Supreme Court. We should be prosecuting more of these cases, because if we take them to Supreme Court, we can get a lot more done. So let's not politicize this, let's work together. I think we've
All
got
right,
some
we're
steps
still
in the right direction.
We're still in the public hearing, so.
How political is that?
Riverhead. All we ask from you, Supervisor, is for you to be transparent.
Yvette, could you just state your name for the record? I'm sorry.
Yes, Yvette Aguiar, Riverhead.
Thank you.
All we ask for you is to be transparent. You say you doubled the code enforcement officers. You have not. You added one officer last year. Right now, we have 3.5. In addition, our Councilwoman Jody Giglio is the liaison between the town council and code enforcement. She has been excluded. It wasn't until this crisis recently broke that now she
Yvette,
has
I'm
been
just
included.
gonna correct
Don't
you there.
interrupt me,
100%.
you're good at
I
that.
would-
I'm not a
you're-
council member that
I
you
know,
can
but I
disrespect
just
me.
would like to say something. She has
I
never
like
been
to finish.
excluded from
I
the
like
meetings.
with
I have
all
an
respect.
invitation.
Don't interrupt me,
Please, no
okay?
yelling from the
You're
audience.
good for that. For 2 years, you've been doing that. The kumbaya stuff that you just played just now, you're doing it because you're running for office, and it's a very sensitive time, and finally, someone woke up. You need to listen to the person who knows law enforcement, which is Hubbard. He's on the board, and he should be representing. If you exclude him from those meetings, you have absolutely no law enforcement experience. You should not be part of that. Or you can be you can monitor and you can be informed. You need quality individual. You say that your violations have doubled. Yes, you issued 100 summonses to, or code violations to
400.
storefronts, okay? You went after the businesses, they're included in that. Having a false sign or a sign too big or not meeting town code also is included in that. We need transparency in our town, and we need to give our town back to the people. That's all I have to say.
Well, I would just like to say that we have quality people that work in this town. We have the chief of the police here who was at our meetings. We have our fire marshals who are at the meeting. We have our code enforcement officer that are at the meeting, and we have our town attorneys at the meeting. I'm very proud of the town employees that we have in this town. I think they do a very good job. I think they work very hard. So I find it a little insulting that there is no qualified people at these meetings.
There is.
Can
I'm
can I
talking
finish
about
talking
you.
now, Yvette? You just. And Jody is the liaison. She was invited to the meetings in the beginning, and
No,
then
I was not.
I'm not gonna argue back and forth. The door is always open. I have never said you cannot come to a meeting. I have never said if she said she wanted to schedule a meeting, there's never been a denial for that. So I just wanna put that out there. I know that that's a little bit of a political issue at this point, but that is not the case.
And the way to go, you're using a tool today, increasing fines to go to justice court, which is overburdened. You should have been 2 years when you took office, and now you claim you knew there was a problem. You should have started Supreme Court action, because you can't get an injunctive, a ruling. Only the Supreme Court action can remove and make these homes safe again. So it's good that you're starting somewhere after this crisis broke out, but now start working with code enforcement. Take care of your fines, and you were talking about this as a tool. I'm just here to inform you there's another tool that has never been addressed although people you're claiming that you are, start the Supreme Court actions. Not one has commenced since you took office.
I don't disagree with you. When I meet with code enforcement, it has been our code enforcement officer and our code enforcement attorney. So Bob, you can back me on this. I have asked Eric Howard many times why we can't take them to Supreme Court, and it has been his recommendation that these cases are prosecuted in Justice Court and not Supreme Court. I do rely on the advice of our town attorneys, and Bob, you can back me up on this. I have asked how many times, and it has been the recommendation to file these cases in Justice Court and not to do it in Supreme Court.
I am not too sure that is true,
Well-
and
Well,
he's not
there's-
here to
there's
account for
another-
himself.
Bob, is
Well, we're way off the topic of the public
Yes.
hearing,
Okay.
quite honestly,
But
because
Bob,
this-
would you
this
please
is
answer
not-
that question?
this
I
is
look
not-
forward to the debate
This
next
is
month.
not addressing
Bob, would
anything
you-
about.
Bob?
But we have been meeting, we have been meeting with the
Bob,
supervisor on
you
a regular
need to answer.
basis, and we've been getting access. As a result of the additional Spanish-speaking officers, we've
Which
been
we
entering.
hired under the
we've
old
been entering-
administration.
We've been entering numerous residences, getting access, getting compliance, going to Justice Court, so we have approached it from that fashion. Now we're hearing that we gotta do that with Supreme Court enforcement as well, as pointed out
It's a
by.
lot quicker.
Well,
And you
not,
can remove-
not
yes, it
is.
not necessarily,
Justice
not
Court.
necessarily.
Yes, it is, and the
No,
signs.
it's not, but,
Can we let
not necessarily, because the Supreme Court, you have to wait until the case gets resolved. Unless you're fortunate to get a TRO or preliminary injunction, which can be done and get granted at the beginning. If not, then you have to go through the discovery and the full-blown thing, which is a longer process than a town justice court action. We have discussed that, we've gone to justice court, we've been getting enforcement. As Councilman Hubbard pointed out, when prior to Deputy Town Attorney was here, he had a person assigned to him to handle Supreme Court actions and Justice Court. That was pretty much his sole function, and he did a very good job at it. I applaud him. He was very vigorous in bringing cases to the Supreme Court. He was not tasked with handling anything else. It was Justice Court and Supreme Court, Harold. So that was what he was done, and he was earmarked and pigeoned to do that alone. And to do that effectively, to bring Supreme Court actions effectively, you need not only an attorney who's focusing on that pretty much solely, because the Justice Court has, the number of cases have increased immensely, and therefore the calendar has backed up. But you also need a support staff, a person who can draft the pleadings, prepare the paperwork, in order for the attorney who's bringing those enforcement cases to fine-tune and walk into court and ask a Supreme Court justice for enforcement, either a preliminary injunction, a stop work order, or a TRO, I should say. And barring that, obviously enforce those cases to collect fines. So that's something that we're hearing from, and it's something that we
And in
focus on.
Justice Court, you cannot render these houses, these homes, remove individuals and render them safe. You can get that designation in Supreme Court,
Our process of
correct?
the Justice Court has been to get compliance together with fines.
Right.
So the compliance part is, although it's not an injunctive relief, it is to enforce them to comply, remove walls, return structures to their
In
previous
Supreme
state.
Court.
So, no, we've been doing it in Justice Court too, by getting them to come to the building department, file plans, make changes, and then do a disposition. So we've been doing that in the Justice Court as well.
Well, I hope that now that this crisis came to light, that we can return Riverhead back to the people, lower our line of taxes, and provide some relief to our schools. If we are concerned, we want to live here. I could have lived anywhere in the world, and I came to Riverhead. And I'm sure that a lot of people here feel the same way, and the appropriate personnel, and I'm sure with the task force, the individuals that you have assigned to code enforcement, I'm sure they are very competent. I never said that they weren't. We just want to make sure that the leadership of this forum is appropriate. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to come speak on this resolution, on this public hearing?
Yes, hello, Garrett Moore, Main Street, Riverhead, parent, resident, high school teacher. Really, was torn
forum tonight. I wasn't planning on speaking. I'm gonna leave right now and go to the bond meeting that's going on. I'm speaking on that tomorrow. So there's a lot going on. Wasn't planning on speaking, but I have a lot invested in this town. Restored my historical house. I have roots back in this community since the Massachusetts Bay Colony. It got too crowded in 1614. We came down to Long Island. So I have a lot invested in here. This is obviously becoming a political issue, but I'm gonna try to stay neutral on that. I really just support any kind of code enforcement. This lack of transparency, code enforcement is going on for way too long. It's crossed multiple administrations. We just really need to crack down on it, because I was texting and also on phone calls, and I appreciate the work the Rangelis have done. I've had people contact me as a teacher, a resident, people I went to high school with, asking me what's going on, and I really don't know. So something needs to be done. I appreciate that people are making here, I appreciate their effort you're making, but we need to do more. Whatever we can do, it's just been too long without what we need to do. And I have friends in the police, I have friends in the trades. Some of these buildings are evident, known. We just need to do more, both sides.
Well, and
whatever
Garrett,
we
we
do.
agree with you.
No,
We're agreeing
absolutely.
with you. Well, what were you, can you clarify what you mean by the lack of transparency?
Just for decades, in my opinion, and opinion of a lot of other people, some people have been continually enforced that follow the laws, and then other people have been overlooked. People that have been doing this for generations, the LLCs, and some people in town that people know about, but maybe haven't been enforced to the same level as others. That's my opinion.
And I think that has been one of the issues that we've been trying to tackle at these meetings. We know that there are certain landlords, I will call them slumlords, that own multiple homes, and we have been grappling with the way to address these issues. It is a challenge. We actually have even reached out to the DA to see if there's a way that you can go after somebody that owns multiple homes that are, we feel are in violation. To date, the attorney's office is feeling that the way for the town to address them is on single, as single houses. We have not found a mechanism to do that, but we are still trying. We're hoping that this, to pass this code will make a dent in somebody's desire to rent a home overcrowded, because it's gonna cost them way more than they're ever gonna get on renting that property out.
Thank you. I mean, I just appreciate the efforts, and this is obviously a major issue, and, I have to do my own homework a little bit more, and I'd love to hear the rest of the meeting, but I'm gonna go up to the school now and
Good luck
hear
on
what's
that.
going on
Thank
there.
you.
Good luck there.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janice Shearer. I live in Bating Hollow. I'm just here to speak in support of this legislation. I think it's a good idea, everything you're doing. The shoulda, woulda, coulda stuff, I think the awareness is here, and that's the good news, is that everybody is aware, everybody is laser focused on this issue, and that's how things get solved. And I also just wanted to make the comment that in the comprehensive plan process, it's really important to take stock of what the housing is consisting of, because overcrowding is a symptom of lack of affordability. And so we need to understand what the housing stock options are. There's a lot of talk about lifting the cap of apartments on Main Street, but how this all coordinates together is of the utmost importance. And so I think in that comprehensive plan process, looking at all these different housing options and providing more options, like people being able to rent out cottages, et cetera, or accessory apartments for, a tenant instead of 5 families living in one house is more likely to help people sustain their taxes, have some income, allow elderly people to age in place. There's other options here that should be considered when you get underway with the comp plan update. So, thank you.
Thank you. Little civility, I love it.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, I
would just like to say that when we had scheduled the public hearing this evening, I had some objections to it. I fully support raising the fees and coming down on slumlords. I recognize that, and I think that's a great thing in this code. However, I think that there are too many inconsistencies in the code, and I think it's a wasted exercise to bring anybody to court if this code is adopted. You know, our Town Code 217 was adopted in the 60s. That's before we even allowed people to rent out their houses. And I think that section 217 needs to be repealed, and I think that the property and maintenance code needs to be put in and leave it at that, and you can raise the fees and just have one code, either 217 that was adopted in the 60s or New York State Property and Maintenance Code. For example, chapter 217 of our town code says that you can have one person per 80 square feet of a bedroom. But the New York State Property Code says that you can have one person per 50 square feet of a bedroom. And I think it's a wasted exercise to have both of those examples in our code and have a landlord with a lawyer go up and say, well, what is it? Is it 80 or is it 50? And have the judge, you know, I just think that the inconsistencies need to be repealed. This is why I voted no for the public hearing, because there are other inconsistencies when it comes to manufactured homes. Manufactured homes are not governed under New York State Property and Maintenance Code, they're governed under HUD. So for it to even be in here is an inconsistency. You know, we've done a lot over the years, but we could definitely do more. We moved code enforcement into a larger office, and we even created an open workspace so that when we added a code enforcement officer in the previous administration's budget last year, we had a desk for that person to sit in, and it was a Spanish-speaking officer. We've also upgraded our computer software programs, which haven't been updated since the late 80s. So now you actually have a mechanism, and it was $15,000 a portal, and the total cost was $300,000. We didn't have all that money. So we said, let's get started now, and let's do code enforcement and building department and put them on the system, and then we'll build from there. But we felt it was very important for code enforcement and for building to be on there so that the two could communicate through the system. And that was working, and then we added planning, then we added fire marshal, then we added the tax receiver, then we added the clerk. Everybody is the town attorney's office. We're all on this system now, and it's working much better. So we've done a lot. There's definitely more that needs to be done. I think code enforcement, when we did hire the code enforcement officer, I said, as liaison to code enforcement at that time, that I did not want him to work or her to work the standard work hours of 8:30 to 4:30. So we petitioned to civil service to have a flex schedule where they were working from 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 12 o'clock at night, or from 6 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and working on weekends. And that's what we've done in the past. You know, we're 10 months into the supervisor's budget. I recognize that there's another code enforcement officer that's built in for next year. But
And this year too, there was an addition.
And this year too, but we've done that in the past, and we've increased the code enforcement. We've upgraded the computer software program so that you can file a complaint online. I think if you ask our code enforcement officer who most of the complaints come from for overcrowded houses, he'll probably tell you that it's me. Because I drive around on Sunday mornings and I look at satellite dishes, I look at bicycles chained up to trees, I look at cars in front yards. I even have asked since last March, as no longer as liaison to Code Revision Committee, I've had 5 or 6 requests into the Code Revision Committee to ask them to remove parking on front lawns from the town code. And I have not gotten an answer.
It's being presented again to him this week. I found a law in the town of Islip that addresses it perfectly.
Yeah.
And it's something we need to adopt here.
I can show you all those emails
Yeah,
of
so
all
I
those
saw that
requests.
email chain. My question to you, Jody, before you went off on wherever you went, you said there was an issue with this 217 other than?
Yes.
So what is your suggestion to get back to what your original plan
I
was?
think that, I didn't think that it was ready to come to public hearing tonight. I think that chapter 217 needs to be repealed in its entirety, and that we should just be adopting the New York State Property and Maintenance Code, and then we can increase the fines from there. But we can't have inconsistencies in the code. It's a wasted exercise in justice court.
Mobile homes are exempt in this though, Bob. They just added the definition, because when we added mobile homes,
No, this is
When we-
actually the present code,
Doesn't even know.
the present code without the changes
exempts.
Well, this whole thing was
exempts
rewritten.
mobile homes, mobile home courts, and single-family, owner-occupied single-family dwellings from the catchment of housing standards under Part 5. If this change is put into place and this proposal goes forward, the change will remove those exclusions, the mobile home exclusion, the mobile home court exclusion, and the single family.
Where does it say that?
It's,
Because I don't believe that it does that. I think this is just the definition, because when we changed mobile homes, we added the
Section-
definition.
Doesn't even know. And you know what, that's
Section-
part of the
I'm
problem
sorry.
too, that all this discussion is
Jody,
going on
can I
here
finish my
tonight.
conversation
No,
for 1
I wanna
second?
finish because you interrupted me. So this whole discussion here tonight should have happened at a work session with the board, with code enforcement, and with the town attorney. The town attorney, not even this town attorney, someone that works under him, the deputy town attorney, was asked by the supervisor's office to draft this legislation. The town attorney, the code enforcement officer, and the town attorney that brings these cases to justice court did not get an email of this new code until 3 o'clock on a Wednesday, 2 weeks ago, and they were asked to report at 10 a.m. to the town board for a work session when they hadn't even read it.
Well, Jody, I'll tell you why that happened, because I've been sitting with code enforcement and with the town attorneys for 6 months, trying to figure out how to go after these landlords with absolutely no relief and nothing to go after these landlords that have these overcrowded houses. So yeah, I was very frustrated. So I did ask the deputy town attorney to write something up for me to bring forward, because after 6 months of sitting there saying, being told we can't take these people to court, we can only bring them to justice court, that's all we can do, we can't go after multiple landlords, I was sick and tired of it.
Okay,
And that's
so-
why I asked this to be drafted.
So the town board and the town attorney and the code enforcement officer and the attorney that brings it to justice court should have had a chance, less than 2 hours of a workday, to review this massive code change
Does anybody got popcorn?
before asking to address it. I mean, it's crazy. They had 2 hours to review it, and then they were told to report and to read it, on their, sitting at dinner with their kids?
Well, the bottom line for me is that this is stronger than the code we had, it's stronger than the state, and that's what's needed at this time.
It's
That's the bottom
inconsistent.
line.
It's inconsistent, and we'll lose in court
But
every time.
let's move on. I think it's time for us to move on.
Well, this is a public hearing,
Yep,
it's not
so-
adopting this law, so
Right.
the public hearing was to hear the public, which we heard pretty loud and clear. This RTACC.
Thank you.
So, that's where we have to come back and interject all of this, so I don't, this is a
Good.
public hearing, we're not adopting this right now, so I don't, everybody can get off their platform and let's sit back in our seats and get this thing straightened out.
Thank you.
So just to get back
It's not
to the
ready.
original question which came up, 21746. As it currently
It's
is
struck out.
written, which is the section that talks about non-applicability, it says this Part 5 shall not apply to mobile homes, mobile home courts, and that's being stricken. So it's a double negative, and what it's going to do is actually make this part applicable
That's right.
to mobile homes
That's exactly right.
and mobile home courts. Similarly, at the last second, what's being stricken is nor to owner-occupied one-family dwellings. Again, the double negative, by striking it, is now going to be applicable.
Right.
So it's sort of like that Freedom of Information law and open meetings law, we have
Nobody
those
doesn't
double
like
negatives.
So this would address them, Bob, where we had the fire in the mobile home, where we had 2 families living in there, right? And it was
Housing
separate.
standards
So,
would
so
apply.
that would apply, so then if our code enforcement went in there, this would be applicable to them then?
It's
Well,
incorrect.
It would generally apply.
So this would apply now, correct?
Because presently it doesn't, and I understand the comments that Councilwoman Giglio is raising as far as the manufactured home standards. I understand those, and again, we're here to hear from the public. There's been so much stuff that's gone under the bridge, and things that have happened. I knew my deputy was working on this. Again, I just want to put that out there because I know there's been a lot of comment made, and I knew that it was being something that was being asked of her, and she did her usual bang-up job getting it out, so I want to say that. It was something that I was not sure how quickly she was going to get to it, but she did come to me the Friday prior and told me she was working on it. So just again, to put that out there.
But she just do it?
Again, we've heard from the public, and again, this public hearing to hear what people say, positive or negative, about the proposals, which would change 217 and Part 5.
All right, did anybody else want to address this from the public? Seeing nobody, I will close the public hearing and leave it open for written comment till October 25th. At this time, we will move on to our next public hearing, which was to begin at 6:30. It is now 7:55, and this is a public hearing to allow citizens' views on local housing and community development needs. So, oh, sorry, yep, I'll let you introduce it, Dawn. Okay. Dawn, do you just want to address why people come up to do this for the CBD?
Are these all of them, Dawn?
I'll pass these down,
Thank
Dawn.
you.
Is there a bottle?
Yeah.
There you go.
What are we doing?
Thank
Oh.
you.
I think we just invite
We're open,
people who
right?
haven't asked for it before.
Good evening, Dawn Thomas, Community Development. I'll be brief, for good reason. This is our hearing for Community Development Block Grant Public Service Groups. So tonight, the community will hear from public service groups seeking grant funding through the federal government, which is administered through the Suffolk County and comes down through us. So I think that's all I need to say. And
Okay, so we invite anybody who would like to come up and address the board?
Yes, Cap,
Aren't you
yes.
sorry you didn't go first?
Well, I'm a little disappointed, but nonetheless, good evening. My name is Cynthia Redmond, and I'm here to represent Riverhead Community Awareness Program, otherwise known as CAP. And I'm here to request funding for the 2020 Town of Riverhead Community Development Agency to help support alcohol and drug prevention, education, counseling, and community services for students and their families in Riverhead schools. Since 1982, CAP has been the major provider of prevention services in the town of Riverhead and Riverhead Central, Riverhead Central School District. On behalf of our board of directors, our staff, our volunteers, and most importantly, the children and families that we serve, we would like to thank the town board and the town of Riverhead for their generosity and support through the community development funding through the federal government. This funding really goes to helping the neediest children in our school district. The grant provides about 36 days of counseling and prevention services for Riverhead Town K through 4 students and their families at Roanoke Avenue Elementary School. We provide a licensed clinical social worker who does counseling, individual counseling, group counseling, prevention services, bullying prevention programs, social skills groups, crisis intervention, and referral services. Roanoke is a Title I school, which is an indicator of the poverty level. Years ago, you would have to apply for free or reduced lunch. That's no longer the case due to other programs that are in place, so everyone pretty much gets free or reduced lunch. But 67% of the students at Roanoke are living below the poverty level. And so the services that we provide are just so important for these students. Childhood poverty is a form of trauma. And that trauma lends itself to a whole host of issues for children. Substance abuse being one of them, suicidal ideations, crisis, and those long-lasting effects impact everyone, not just the individual. And so for us, healthy communities create healthy kids. And so this is an appropriate allocation of funds to support having the social worker. If you ask anyone across the country, the one thing that schools need more of are mental health counselors. Children are under incredible amounts of stress these days, and their families feel that stress. And so having I know that a lot of people know the CAP program because of the program we have at Pulaski Street, our coalition that does so much incredible work in this community. But what you don't realize are there are social workers. We help supplement these services in the school district. And on the North Fork, it is very difficult to access mental health services. And particularly for children who are living in poverty, they may not have transportation, they may not have access. So having a licensed clinical social worker at the school to provide these services is essential. And so this funding goes to help offset the cost of having a social worker. Without this funding, that position would be in jeopardy, as would the services. And so just some other data, 83% of the students represent minority groups. Obviously, we have a large Hispanic population that is growing, and their services, we're providing services for those students as well as the other students. And some of the programs that our social worker provides are obviously individual counseling, referral services. There have been several students with suicidal ideations who've been referred to the DASH program. This is a K through 4 building, I might remind you. And she also does banana splits for children who are affected by separation, divorce, and incarcerated parents. She created the Peacemakers program, which is an anti-bullying leadership program, which has received national awards this year, and a whole plethora of supplemental services. Whatever the school needs, Mrs. Cotner is available. And so we respectfully request that we receive this funding so that we can continue to provide these vital services. I do have a report for you that gives you basically a synopsis of what we've accomplished this past year and what we hope to accomplish in the coming year. And again, thank you so much for your time. I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. She gave it to us.
We have it.
No. Thank you, Cynthia.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Tijuana Fulford. I represent the Butterfly Effect Project. So I want to start by saying thank you for the support that the town has given the butterflies for the numerous years. Again, when we first came to you guys, it was an idea with 8 girls, and now we're at 436 girls. I'm really excited. Thank you. The funding that you guys provide for our program is nothing short of almost, for us, a miracle. We don't have, staff and a budget where we can get things done, so we do it by ourselves. Our program is ran by people in the community that just want to help and want to be a part of the change instead of complaining about the change. So they volunteer their time, their talents, their gifts, and their efforts. Your funding allows the program to continue to make sure the girls have not just the impact, but the change that they need to be able to succeed in their futures. These changes include things of sleepaway camp, back to school supplies, meals throughout this year, not just on the holiday seasons, clothes, the recycling grant that you guys assist us with. Make sure these girls have the clothes that they need if they need it. It also teaches them things such as etiquette, college, and school. We teach an anti-bullying course, as well as courses on self-esteem and healthy mental awareness. We also make sure that our girls see a reflection of themselves when they look at people. It's really hard for me as a black woman sometimes to sit across and constantly be judged or neither okay of a woman who does not reflect my facial values or where I come from. So it's really important that when we have people in the community like yourselves, that each girl has a woman that they can look up to and identify themselves in that person. The funding that you get allows the girls to be taken outside of Riverhead, if need be, to go to a college that reflects their needs, to go to a school that academically has what they need to survive, to prosper, and then come back into the town and share it with their friends. Every girl in the program at this date that has completed the program did not just succeed, they flourish. There are often colleges, and even though Suffolk is a great school, these girls are going to Stony Brook, they're going to FDIMC, they're going to Howard and Harvard. At this point, we have a 100% graduation rate and 100% scholarship rate. I am super proud of the girls, not just the butterflies, but the town Riverhead have created. I brought with me Kenyatta, which is one of my butterflies, JVs, who will speak for herself. But again, I just want to say thank you. We've done a lot. We've been here for a really long time tonight, so I don't really want to go into all of that. But but I will say that one of my greatest achievements thus far would be creating a program that every girl, regardless of race, creed, sexual origin, feels comfortable at. And this program is not a program where it's a part of their school curriculum. They're choosing to come to this program, and they're choosing to stay in this program. And with that, we were able to start working into different school buildings and making sure that the girls in that building feel safe and secure. And again, it's their choice to be a part of it. So I am grateful for the work that we have accomplished, but I'm most grateful for the people that sits up there and the people out here that have stood behind us and helped us build something when it was absolutely nothing but just an idea. So for that, I say thank you.
You're doing a terrific job, Tina.
Hello. My name is Kenyatta. I'm from Riverhead. I've been a part of the Butterfly Effect project since 2015. And in 2018, I became a JV, a junior volunteer. When I first started off with the group, I was just like a regular butterfly. This group keeps me like focused. I feel like it keeps me on track with a lot of stuff. I wasn't like really like before this group, I didn't really go like a lot of places because I just didn't. But this year I went like to sleepaway camp and like I really liked it. And like I like helping like people like with a lot of stuff.
So it served you well being a butterfly?
Yes. I really like this group. I don't know. It's just like I just love.
So you're recommending we support them?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gwen Mack. I run a food pantry at the Church of Harvest on Raina Avenue. I took over the pantry in August of 2016. My first full year was 2017. We serviced 1,131 clients with 100 new clients. As of 2019, so far, to the end of September, we serviced 2,624 clients with 220 new clients. I am requesting some help to help our food pantry supply the growing needs of the community. Thank you for your support. This is my first time.
When, this is the first time you've asked for community block grant?
Yes.
Now, this is the Church of the Harvest?
Yes, on Raina Avenue.
Rainer Avenue. And you give out food, or you give
Yeah,
out?
we give out food.
Not just, okay.
It's a food pantry.
Okay.
I don't cook.
I don't know about that. Thank you, Gwen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gwen.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dan O'Shea. I'm the Executive Director of Maureen's Haven Homeless Outreach here in Riverhead. Let me start by saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this evening. And I would also like to say thank you to the town of Riverhead for their ongoing support of Maureen's Haven Homeless Outreach. We've been recipients for a number of years of the Community Development Block Grant. And just to give you an idea where just recent funds have gone, they have offsetted costs for our social worker. We do have a licensed social worker on site who provides case management and support services to the homeless community here in Riverhead. And it's also helped offset our program expenses and operating costs. A little bit about what we do. We are the only agency on the entire East End dedicated to homelessness. We represent the entire East End, both North and South Forks, all 4 towns. So we're pretty busy. We are located here in Riverhead, and we do operate a day center. It's the only day center of its kind on the East End of Long Island, I think in Suffolk County. Starting November 1st, that day center operates 7 days a week. And when winter comes, that happens for 6 months of the year. For the remainder 6 months of the year, our summer season, we're open 5 days a week. Come November 1st, we operate an emergency winter shelter program. We have capacity for about 30 people, give or take, depending. That shelter traditionally operated 5 nights a week. We've now increased that to 7 days a week. And we've also increased that to 6 months out of the year. A little bit how that directly relates to the town of Riverhead. As a case in point, on the Tuesdays and Thursdays, it was John's Place used to utilize the train station for pickup for the homeless population. John's Place is now incorporated back into Maureen's Haven, so those Tuesdays and Thursdays at the Long Island Railroad train station will no longer need to be there. The guests will now be meeting at the Maureen's Haven office. So we understand the concerns of the community. We're trying to do our part as little that we can. We do anticipate some time for that to acclimate, so Tuesdays and Thursdays for a couple weeks and maybe some folks there. A little bit about, from a historical standpoint, we have been in the community since 2002, and I think why that's important is because we are very well established in the community, and our winter shelter program, for example, is predominantly a volunteer-operated program. We are a small independent agency, so less than 25% of our operating costs comes from government sources across the board. We don't do Medicaid billing, we don't do insurance billing. We are a private entity, and we do a lot. Last year, we provided a shelter to over 105 individuals. 2018, we provided support services to over 225 individuals. To date, 2019, we've already assisted over 170 individuals. Probably about half of that has come directly from the town of Riverhead. So a little bit about kind of the support that I'm asking here again is to continue the support from the town of Riverhead. We do work very closely with law enforcement, with the hospitals, with Hudson River Healthcare, with Eastern Suffolk BOCES, with the town. We do respond to outreach, and we do the best that we can. We are very challenged. Our funds are very limited, and we do have a lot of challenges, as you already know. So your support, the town support, the taxpayer support does go a long way. To that note, as I mentioned, we are small and a small private nonprofit. So the more funds that we operate does not come out of general taxpayer money. So everything that we do, we're doing by the generosity of donations, of fundraising, of foundations, of individual grants, of legwork, and certainly the support of community members. This year, we have about 21 host sites. These are congregations that are going to be housing the homeless over the winter. And I would say we probably have upwards to 70 to 100 additional congregations, civic groups, community groups, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, other congregations. It's an amazing program to be part of. So that's a little bit what we do. And again, I would like to, again, request additional continued support of the Community Development Block Grant. Your support does make a tremendous impact on the community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, it's me again.
Different hat now, right? No.
Good evening to all the members of the town board and those in the audience. My name is Judy Barth, and I'm here seeking funds from the Community Block Grant for Bread and More Kitchen. Bread and More Kitchen is the community soup kitchen that provides a safe haven 3 nights a week for all those in need here in our downtown or in local Riverhead. We are located at the First Congregational Church in the downtown. We are a committed volunteer-based organization that prepare, cook, and serve the meals to anyone who comes through the doors, no matter what reason they may be there, with no questions asked. We serve between 8,000 and 10,000 meals a year. We rely solely on donations and this grant to provide us for the service that we need to our community. Being all volunteers, 100% of all monies go to the purchase of food and supplies. I get a little choked up over this because it's, I've been doing this for how long, Jim? 26 years, I think. Every year I stand in front of you and ask for this grant money that you so graciously awarded in the past. Every year I hope that this will be the last year that I have to come. Unfortunately, that's not the case. This year alone, in the past 3 months, we have seen an additional 300 meals per month increase. So something's going on, and I'm not quite sure what it is. We haven't seen these numbers since 2007, 2008. But we are prepared, and my volunteers will rise to the occasion. Since 1990, we have had many success stories. There are those that just need us for temporary hard times in their lives and have been able to move on and make it on their own. We have been fortunate enough to have some return as volunteers that will recount how the dark times in their life, we have been their light. There are those that have been with us for more years than I would like to share. I was there before I came here tonight, and I took account of how many people have been there for 10 years or more. And I can't count on my hands how we've provided for these families. So once again, I stand before you and ask to be awarded the portion of the Community Block Grant so that we can continue to be the blessing that some need in their lives at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you, and thank you for how much you care.
And it's much more than soup, by the way.
Yeah.
They put on some good meals over there.
Is there anybody else that wanted to present? Okay, Seeing nobody, we will move on to the next public hearing, which is supposed to begin at 7:10. It is now 8:15. Bob, I can take both of these together. So I'll call both of the next two public hearings. The first is the consideration of a special permit application to construct an apartment building at 331 East Main Street, Riverhead, New York. And the second public hearing, which I will combine, we will hear them together, the consideration of a site plan application to construct an apartment building at 331 East Main Street.
Denied. Next.
Let the room clear out a little bit, maybe? No.
What?
I don't know, Chris, you're gonna have to get a room here, I think.
Yeah, I'll see you in the morning. What are you doing for breakfast? All right, good evening, Supervisor Jen Smith and members of the town board. My name is Christopher Kent. I'm an attorney at Farrell Fritz in Hopog. I represent the applicant, 331 East Main Street LLC, in its application for special permit and site plan approvals for the redevelopment of 331 East Main Street as a 4-story, 36 market rate apartments with covered terraces and rooftop deck overlooking the Peconic River, together with associated site improvements upon a .36 acre parcel within downtown center DC1 zoning use district. At this time, in addition to those that we've already filed with the town clerk, I have some additional copies, Diane, and I'm just gonna give you all of them. Some of them you might be duplicating, but I couldn't give them all. This is basically getting some that I've already listed as copies. So just for the record, I want to affirm that I went by the site on the way to Town Hall this evening, and the property is still posted. It was raining, so I did not get out and take pictures, but I did drive up to the.
I saw it today.
Yep, I drove up to that and saw the signs were still posted. Tonight, we are before the board for public hearings on both the application for special permit and the application for site plan approval. Joining me tonight are the principals of the applicant, 331 Main Street LLC. That's Greg DeRosa and Bobby Walsh, who are both sitting here in the audience. The current property owner, Phil Hancock, is also here. And all three gentlemen are available to answer any questions the board may have about the property and the proposed project. We are also joined tonight by some experienced, knowledgeable, and talented professionals who have been involved with the design of the proposed project. We have architects Noel Rogers and Bill Novak, and site plan engineer Dan Pedersen from the Loro Group, and Lou Bukowski. Where did Lou go? Lou was sitting in the center. Oh, Lou's over here now. He's got that nice looking head. From the Loro Group, Lou Bukowski from VHB Engineering is responsible for all the environmental assessments and applications in connection with the proposed project. And our traffic consultant is John Korak from Stonefield Engineering and Design. John is in the back, the tall gentleman, young man. In October 2018, I want to give you a little background. In October 2018, the applicant originally came to the town with a proposal to redevelop the site with a 5-story, 44-unit market rate apartment building. In response to comments received during meetings with the supervisor, town board members, and the planning staff, the applicant has reduced the size of the building to 4 stories and the number of units to 36 market rate apartment units. In addition, although the property is within the downtown parking district, based upon comments received, the designed building includes 36 on-site parking spaces on the ground floor for its residents. The property is also within the downtown sewer district and will be connected to town sewer. The special permit application before the town board seeks approval to allow a proposed 89% lot coverage for a proposed building that complies with the town's schedule of dimensional regulations for the DC1 zoning use district, which permits a minimum front, side, and rear yard setback of 0 feet and a maximum of 5 stories and a 4.00 floor area ratio when connected to sewer. Based upon the conversations with the town, the proposed floor area ratio, the FAR, is now less than 2.5%, 2.5, excuse me, including the covered terraces and the proposed roof deck. In accordance with the requirements and standards set forth in Article, I guess that's 57, LV1II, I think that's 57, of Chapter 301 of the Town Code, we ask the Town Board to consider the following factors in making its determination on the special permit application. The property is located within the downtown water, sewer, and parking districts and is well suited for the proposed 4-story, 36 market rate unit apartment building. The proposed development site has 64.16 feet of frontage on East Main Street, New York State Route 25, and 250 feet of frontage directly on the existing parking district access road, which is to the west of the building, that also includes 21 diagonal parking spaces and an additional 21 spaces in the parking district's lot directly adjacent to the rear, which is the south of the proposed building. The proposed development will include 36 on-site parking spaces on the ground floor to accommodate the building's residents. In addition to the proposed parking areas, the ground floor will also include support facilities, a residential lobby area, mailboxes, a mail room, and a parcel delivery room, bicycle racks, building storage, mechanical and utility areas. All the amenities for a first-class apartment building. The ground floor will also include 3 window display areas along Main Street that can be utilized by the town or local not-for-profit organizations, East End Arts Council, Chamber of Commerce, the Business Improvement District, the Marine Research Foundation, the Long Island Farm Bureau, and other such organizations to display artwork, advertise upcoming events, or provide information to residents and visitors to the town. The western corner window display area will wrap around the west side of the building to front upon the parking district access road.
Get a pretty one. Get a pretty one. Make it look pretty big.
We're not gonna be able to see.
No, we're not.
You can pull the chairs out too if you need another, something to prop it up.
Your arms ain't that long.
No, why don't you just flip it as like this? When we start off.
You're doing good. You're doing
So,
good.
there's a better one that shows the windows. Yeah, that one's good. So the ground floor will include some display windows. There you go. Disregard the man standing behind the rendering. He's just working the machines there. The western corner window display area will wrap around the west side of the building and also front on the parking district access road, which you can see here to the west of the building. As you'll notice on this rendering, you'll see we're proposing to relocate the diagonal parking, if you're familiar with the site, from the east side to the west side of the access road, which will allow us to enhance the sidewalk. The proposed new sidewalks along the parking district access road will enhance the pedestrian walkway to the riverfront. The 36 market rate units will be developed on the 2nd through 4th floors and will include some covered terraces and an elevator to a rooftop deck overlooking the Peconic River. Maybe you could show the last rendering of the backside of the building, because that's where you can see the rooftop view. So this is the backside of the building, and that area with the trellis and landscaping on the top is the rooftop deck. And up from that height, you're going to be able to get a really nice view of the river. The characteristics of the proposed use pose no negative impacts upon any church, school, theater, recreational area, or other place of public assembly. Due to the location of the property, the proposed project benefits from certain unique circumstances that enhance the accessibility of the proposed project. By fronting on Main Street and the existing parking district roadway, both improved with existing sidewalks and curb cuts, the proposed project will enjoy easy access by car or by foot. maybe you could show the front of the building. And you could see, yeah, that's a good one. This is the western view of the property. As previously stated, the request is to allow greater than 80% lot coverage by special permit of the town board, and it complies with the town schedule of dimensional regulations for the DC1 zoning use district that permits minimum front, side, and rear yard setbacks of 0 feet and a maximum 5 stories and a 4.0 floor area ratio when connected to sewer. The applicant is proposing 4 stories and less than 2.5 FAR. That includes the covered terraces and the rooftop deck. And the 58-foot height, Noel is the architect of the project. The 58-foot of height is the highest point of the structures that are on top of the roof, correct? Not the height of the building itself. Okay, and where's the 58-foot point? Is the building itself or just the?
58-foot point is right here.
Okay. All stormwater, you wanted to hear him? Oh, we were talking about the height of the building. So the 58 foot is at the edge of the building, edge of the structure. All stormwater from the proposed project will be retained on site and directed to leaching galleys. The intensity of the proposed project is justified, given the fact that impacts are less intense than other projects that have been approved and/or are proposed within the DC1 zoning district. For the foregoing reasons, specifically the location of the proposed project on Main Street and within the DC1 district, and the parking district access road and the existing parking areas, and the fact that the proposed project is being less intense than what is permitted by the town zoning code in this district, and less intense than other projects that have been approved or developed within the downtown district, we believe the proposed project is consistent with the intent of the DC1 zoning district, which is to allow, maintain, and foster a traditional downtown character along Main Street with a pedestrian-friendly streetscape with upper-story residential use that will be in harmony with the appropriate and orderly development of the DC1 district. We also believe that the proposed building is consistent with the character of the surrounding area and will be a benefit to the community. Tonight, we're also hearing the application on site plan. And the site plan, maybe we want to bring the site plan up at this point? This is Dan Patterson from Laurel Group. Yeah, now you gotta be the man behind the poster. So the site plan application proposes the demolition of 2 existing 2-story buildings, both with ground floor retail and second floor residential uses, and the construction of a 58-foot, 4-story residential apartment building with 36 dwelling units on the upper 3 floors and a rooftop deck that overlooks the Peconic River. So this is a view, Main Street. So you can see Main Street is at the top to the north, the river's to the south. The building goes back about 200 feet. Is it 200 to 190? 200 feet. The property extends 250 feet. There will be some parking, 4 parking spaces at the southern end of the property that's still on site. There'll be 32 parking spaces underneath the building. The plan provides for these 36 parking spaces, 32 parking spaces in the ground level garage, 4 spaces located to the south of the building for use by the building residents. The ground floor also includes the 3 display windows that we spoke of earlier along the frontage with Main Street to be offered for use by local organizations. The ground level will also include the support facilities, residential lobby area, mailboxes, mail and parcel delivery rooms, bicycle racks, building storage, and mechanical and utility areas. Sorry to be repetitive, but we have 2 applications that are going on here. One's a special permit and one's a site plan. The property has 64.16 feet of frontage on Main Street and 250 feet of frontage on the town parking district access road to the west. Both are improved with existing sidewalks. The proposed entrance is on the west side of the building, along the frontage of the town parking district access road. Based upon recommendations made in the Town Planning Department staff report dated September 4th, 2019, and comments received from the town board at a work session on September 12th, 2019, the original site plans and floor plans submitted with the application have been revised. This proposed front gate, maybe we can go back to the rendering, we can show him the, we don't have a front gate anymore. There was going to be a front gate at the ground level parking garage onto Main Street that has been removed based upon comments received. And a redesigned traffic circulation plan, which I think is on the, might be on the, it's on your floor plans, by the way, Noel. So the original design was to have an exit out of the garage that went out onto Main Street. There would be an exit only. The gate would open, the car would come out. For safety reasons, that plan was changed. We agreed that it made sense not to do that, based on the comments received. That proposed front gate to exit onto Main Street was removed, and a redesigned traffic circulation plan was incorporated into the plans with the exit from the garage onto the one-way parking district access road and indicating a left turn only, since that's a one-way road that goes south towards the river. Yeah. So if you wanted to leave, you would go out, you would make a left. If you wanted to go west, you would go to McDermott Avenue, go to the traffic light, and make a right to go east on Main Street. If you're going west, you could either go out, go to the light and make a left, or you could continue down Heidi Bear Way over to Peconic Avenue and exit out to the traffic circle or to Main Street and head west on Main Street. The existing drainage, was that too much?
I said, or you can walk.
Or you can walk. That's why we also added, we replaced the gate with a door, with an exit-only door from the parking garage directly out onto Main Street if you wanted to walk across the street to go to the Michelangelo's, or if you wanted to go to the Preston House, or you wanted to go down the street to Parabel or to the theater. So the plan now has that pedestrian exit door. It's kind of a panic bar door that exits right out onto Main Street from the parking garage, direct access. The existing drainage inlet that was discussed in the staff report, that inlet structure located in the northeast corner of the property will be removed. We believe that was some type of drain that might have been connected to the river. We're going to remove that and retain all stormwater on site. A standby generator, as discussed, has been added to the plan, as well as a wall system to screen the trash enclosure, and we've also added an electric vehicle charging station. Floor plans and elevations have been revised to incorporate the LEED certification, dark skies compliant decorative lighting for the facade and rooftop deck areas. The updated floor plans also provide a breakdown of the 1 and 2 bedroom units with the proposed size of each unit included on the floor plan.
Could you just say for the record what those are, please? The size of the units?
The units, the one bed, well, I don't want to, we have a breakdown, but they range from 600 to 1,210 square feet. The largest one, I think they're two 1210s. Two of the units are 1210. Only a couple of the units are 600. I believe it's 10 one-bedroom units and 26 two-bedroom units. The proposed plans have been presented to both the Riverhead Town Landmarks Preservation Commission and the Architectural Review Board, where the proposal was well received. There were minutes generated, or comments, they don't call them minutes, comments generated from the Architectural Review Board. The only comment, overall, he liked the project, and the only comment was they were seeking a more grand entrance to the building. They liked it, but they wanted it to be something that you could identify if you were walking down the street.
And the landmarks?
Landmarks, they had a comment that we incorporated into the plan, which was the really only comment of substance, and maybe Noel, you can show them, the front of the building where they ask us to remove the overhang on the upper terrace that, you can maybe show that. If you show the one that's from Main Street, you can also see it. Both of them are good depictions. They thought it would be best if we removed the overhang on the terrace that overlooks Main Street.
And you did that?
And we did that. They said it looked like a visor.
Look like a what? Oh, I see what you're saying, yes.
Was there also a comment about the material being used from ARB?
About the stucco.
We have to go, I think we're gonna show them the material, or we're gonna submit it. Do you have the material with you? No? They wanted to see the material because there's some concern that sometimes stucco on the first floor can get dirty looking, but Noel can explain that. Maybe Noel is better to speak to that, or Bill. I don't know.
You're gonna bring us all of the materials at the next meeting,
Yeah.
to make sure that,
Yeah.
they were sure on some of them, and we had some recommendations on other areas.
Right, we are going back. We're going back to your meeting this month, so
Yeah.
we're gonna be back before them at the meeting at the end of October.
And landmarks also, right? Because they wanted more of a concrete type material than a
Yeah, I think
stucco.
Landmark is on the 28th. I think we're scheduled to go back.
Okay.
and on October 28th, and I think your meeting's October 23rd. Yeah. So we're going back before them for a follow-up. But there was a submission, a report that came from Roy to from ARB to Carissa Collins, and I took a look at it, and it was
Okay.
nothing negative other than we'd like a more grand entrance. And he didn't mention in the comments that he wanted to see the materials, but I do remember he wanted to see them. The traffic assessment report for the proposed project was prepared and submitted to the town by Stonefield Engineering and Design. The findings in the report indicate that the proposed development will not have a significant impact upon traffic operations of the adjacent roadway network. The site driveways and the on-site layout have been designed to provide for effective access to and from the subject property, and the parking supply, both on-site and as part of the parking district, will be adequate to support the development. Applications to the New York State DEC and the town CAC are pending. So is the application to the Suffolk County Department of Health Services. So I don't know if there's been a referral. I don't know if Planning Department handles some referrals. I don't know, Suffolk County Planning Commission, did we already receive a local jurisdiction on that? So Suffolk County Planning Commission has already determined it's a matter of local jurisdiction. So we're here for questions. We have the whole crew. Any questions from the board or the public?
Well, this is, you're complete, you're done?
Yep.
Okay, at this point, this is the public hearing, so I ask anybody from the public who would like to come up and comment on this to please come forward.
Hi,
Since we're doing
Christine
both-
Miller, Jamesport. I wonder if kids are going to move into this apartment. Are there family units?
I'm going to ask a favor, since we kind of combine both the special permit and site plan, I'm gonna ask everybody to be sworn. We don't do it with the attorneys, I'm not sure why, but we will. So, you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Sup, you got?
I'm not giving a testimony, I'm just asking a
Well,
question.
that's what we do for the special permit. It's part of the special permit process.
okay.
That we
Sure,
have sworn
yeah,
testimony.
yes.
Okay, thank you, okay. You're not on trial. Okay.
So the question?
The question is, will families be living in this apartment complex? Is it gonna be a 55 and older community? Because I teach in the high school and we don't have any room.
It's not 55 and over.
Yeah, it's not a plan
It's not
55
So
and over.
maybe children will live there?
Maybe,
And then they would have to come to school?
by law.
Yes. My kid has no locker in the high school.
Neither does mine.
Yeah. And was this traffic plan done during pumpkin season? Cause I can't, during pumpkin season, cause I can't even go to the grocery store during the week, on the weekends, during pumpkin season. There's too much traffic. And I wonder if these apartment complexes are going to receive tax abatements.
We can ask the
They may.
applicant.
They may.
I guess it's a question for the applicant. Will you be seeking tax abatements?
So the property currently pays $18,000 a year in taxes. I think we can guarantee that the taxes will never be lower than $18,000 per year. We are going to seek some tax abatements in the early years to allow for some financial stability of the project, so we can lease out the units. This is something new. This is not occurring in Riverhead right now. We are bringing market rate apartments to Main Street, to the riverfront. We're looking for a different type of occupant. And we're not sure how the reception's going to be. We're not sure how quickly these units will be
What do you
leased.
anticipate as being your clientele at these,
The units are, maybe I should have Greg DeRosa, the applicant, speak for this, because he has a better idea of what he's trying to attract.
I'm sure you've done market studies to.
Okay. Mr. DeRosa, do you swear the testimony you're gonna give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State your name again for the record.
Greg DeRosa, G2D Development Corp., 36 New York Avenue, Hale Site, New York. First, in every apartment building that we've built, managed, and operated, we do not have one child going to the school system, okay? So statistically, market rate units have a very, very low percentage of children using the school system. I think it's less than 10% on average. This is a luxury building. We're targeting doctors, nurses, folks that want to spend time in this area 6-8 months a year, spend time in Florida, older people. That's consistent with the other buildings that we run and the other buildings that we've built, and those are the types of tenants that we've been seeing. Folks that are divorced, folks that are older, some younger professionals, but it's expensive. It's not affordable housing by any means. So.
I guess one of the questions might be that as far as your tenants come in, they have a year lease, they have to be compliant, you have somebody on site that manages the building. How do you do that?
In what aspect?
So you have what, year leases, 2-year leases, you have a maximum number of requirements per building. If you have an apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment, you don't sign a lease with numerous people on it. I guess that's the question.
Correct. I mean, there's not, 15 people living in a 1-bedroom apartment.
And that's managed by your company?
Correct. Every tenant goes through a credit, background, terrorist. We take that pretty seriously. So,
Thank you.
I think the architecture speaks to the fact that we're making a significant investment in Riverhead in if approved, in a market that has really not been tested yet. So it's really a leap of faith for us that this market is here, and we're optimistic that it is.
And speaking to that, how can we be sure that there'll be market rate in perpetuity?
I don't know how to answer that question, other than the fact that it would be grossly inconsistent with anything we've ever done in the past. We're not seeking any state or federal tax credits that are mandating us to provide a proportionate share of the units to be more affordable or regulated. And it would also go against our model of seeking maximum value of what we're trying to trying to deliver. The people that live in our buildings because it's a lifestyle. It's not just an apartment. So there are amenities, there are services that we provide.
I'm
It's
concerned, I
another
guess,
level.
about your statement that you're testing the market. And that you're hoping that, the market rate will work here. And if it doesn't, I'm just wondering if you sold it, like what it might be. So I'm gonna ask the town attorney to look into that, to see what we can do to make sure that it's market rate, because at this point, I feel like a lot of the people that live in the downtown area are saying that we have enough affordable housing downtown, and they are looking for market rate. So we would wanna preserve those comments that, we're thrilled that it's market rate, and we would hope that it would stay market rate in perpetuity, and I just don't know if there's a mechanism to do that.
I think it's by your dollar investment.
Well, correct. We've never
Yeah, but
sold.
if they can't rent them, then are they gonna rent them to somebody that's not market rate? Or are they gonna leave them vacant?
That's their business.
I mean, I think the market will dictate the eventual number that the units will get leased at. It's still gonna exceed gross drastically what the affordable mandated rate will be. Because the need for, and by the way, that doesn't necessarily mean that our investment was wise, but it will be significantly more than what a affordable unit will rent for. Doesn't necessarily mean that we made a great decision in doing what we're doing. But we believe that there is significant demand for this type of product. And,
You're right.
We intend to deliver it. So.
I think you're right.
And I think investing in market rate, I think in our community is what we've been looking for. I think we've had a lot of affordable housing projects here, and I think for our downtown to continue to revitalize, I think having someone such as yourself come in to invest in market rate apartments here in downtown Riverhead, I think is the next step that we need to keep up with our revitalization. So I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
Good evening again. Janice Shearer, Bating Hollow. I'm also the co-chair of the Downtown Revitalization Committee.
Just have to swear.
Janice, I'm gonna swear the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
I'm not here on behalf of the Downtown Revitalization Committee because we have not discussed it. I just happen to be in the audience and am here, so I might be a little haphazard in my remarks because they're not prepared. But the first thought that comes to mind is 50 pounds being shoved into a 10-pound bag. I mean, when you look at the real picture that I would like to see is what's existing versus what's proposed in proportion of what's happening here. The whole investment you just made in a downtown pattern book was to right-size the National Historic District that is taking place. You've already had the 5-story building. The horse was out of the barn on that one. We all understand that. But let's not do a repeat. People are saying to me all the time, we don't like that. Here's the same exact thing practically. It doesn't match anything. I don't agree with any of the statements that were said in the petition. It is not in character. One of the pictures, you can see the tiny little buildings and then this massive building. It is not scaled or proportionate to the size of the lot. It does not, really maintain anything historic or any value to the historic district. And I would argue that the Landmarks Board and ARB are once again, the I like it thing doesn't work. That's why you're doing a pattern book, to have real standards to hold something up against. To my view, this is a type 1 action. It should have the same level of understanding and review and coordination that you just did to the other one. People downtown would say, oh, you're putting the brakes on, you're not letting revitalization take place. I am not saying that. I am saying that right-sizing development and getting a look that's compatible with what's there and what you want to see in the future is of the utmost importance. And I think you should have UDA take a look at this and see what you can do with it before you approve it. UDA is the consultant.
Look at it?
Urban Design Associates, who is the consultant that you hired to do the pattern book. So they will be able to tell you in a volumetric way what's taking place here, what can happen, and what could happen so that we can all win here. And I think that putting, massive, going beyond your 80% coverage is just, it's absurd. And I disagree with this method that you're doing. I really think that you have to take a hard look at how these things are happening in a cumulative fashion. They're always shown in a vacuum. You don't see them in context, and that's what we're all about, is trying to figure out the context and the continuity of these buildings. So I think this needs much revision, and I think you should coordinate the process much tighter. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the record, I'm reading the Landmarks Preservation comments, and there are 2 pages of comments from the Landmarks Preservation Commission, so they weren't saying, it's great, we love it. They were concerned about the historic structures on the property and some other things.
Because I requested them, and I did not receive.
These were sent to, let me see who they were all sent to, 9 others. And it was prepared on October 19th? October 9th.
I requested them last week, and they told me they didn't have them.
October 9th is the email that I have in front of me.
Okay,
Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening, my name is Barbara Blass, and I live in Jamesport. I first want to say I'm not, I have a lot of comments. I'm not one that
And it was sent to planning.
brevity is not my strong suit, but I'm going to reserve my comments. I appreciate everything and concur with everything that Ms. Shear just said. I did want to bring something to your attention, though, because once again, I believe the public is at a disservice here. When I review, and maybe others as well, a site plan, I like to have it in front of me. The public had no access to the site plan. It's not posted outside. It's not, I refuse to have to foil everything that I think we should see as a matter of record. You have a public hearing on this application this evening, and there is no site plan that is posted on the website, posted for public comment. How am I to formulate comments? I can't even ask questions about anything in particular because I don't have a site plan in front of me. So in the future, perhaps you could respectfully take into consideration when you believe you're at a point where you're going to public hearing and you're requesting the 13 copies for distribution to all the required individuals and departments, maybe you can get an electronic copy and put it up on the web, and in advance of the time that we would have an opportunity, so I could come here tonight and actually utilize this time to ask meaningful questions about a site plan. I don't have any right now, but I thought it was important to make that comment, and I ask you for that, for consideration in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby, you're absolutely right.
And Greg, we can do that?
Yeah, if we could.
Okay, so we'll see if we can do that for the future.
We've done it for all the EPCAL information, so I can't see why we can't do it for this.
Swear the testimony we got to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Bill Van Helmen from Jamesport. I also want to point out the previous 2 speakers, their comments, all my concerns too. Especially, having to review the site plan and not being able to see it. It's really hard to make a comment on it. I do appreciate the applicants' discussion, and they present a really nice looking building. They're subbing it down to 4 stories instead of 5. We don't really want 5-story buildings really on the D1 district anymore. It's unfortunate we have it. I mean, we do appreciate that. We do like that you're considering it, but just honestly, I wasn't born and raised here, but the building just doesn't really conform in downtown Riverhead, and that's basically it. And the way they're presenting it right now, without us getting the documentation on having time to foil it, it's really hard to make an accurate position on it. So that's all I wanted to say.
Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Where to begin with this? I support the revitalization of Riverhead. One of the reasons why we chose to live in Riverhead is because of the history that it does hold. And I support, the preservation and the architecture. and the revitalization of older buildings and homes within our community. I think that that's what makes us so unique. I do think that this presentation, aesthetically to my eye, shows cleanliness, and it's appealing. However, it does not meet the needs of what this community needs aesthetically to the eye. It doesn't look like it has any history or reflects any history. What it does to me is it just says housing. And we went through this last time. Our community is concerned about the preservation. Our community is concerned about the increased building of storefronts. We're looking at knocking down 2 buildings that have ground floor storefronts. Again, I'm all about the revitalization. You go downtown right now, and all you see is vacancies. I think the town needs to concentrate on bringing small businesses back. That's what's going to generate money for this community. I don't think being a building that only has $18,000 in taxes, my house right now, I have about an acre, and I would like to just build a house on that property and pay $18,000 in taxes. I mean, 600 square feet to 1,200 square feet. I lived in an apartment on Long Beach that was about 1,200 square feet. I had 2 cats, I lived by myself, I paid a lot in rent, but I have to tell you, I have seen the approval of apartments downtown, and I drive by and I gotta tell you, I don't like what I see. I see open drug deals happening. I see elements that I fear bringing my children down there. I want to be able to go down to the county fair and not have to worry.
You should've.
I shouldn't, you're right.
We should've. We had a good time.
I was there, I had a great time. But I do worry about bringing additional apartments to our community. We are already dealing with overcrowding, and while it is great, I do implore their efforts to bring a certain element, steering, not steering, whatever that may be. I don't think that we have the ability to look at an applicant and be like, oh, you're a doctor at Northwell? Yep, approved. Oh, we approved apartments and we steered towards the arts. I don't see any arts in there.
If I may, I just wanted to say another comment. Thought came to me as I left. I know they have a target group with the marketing and stuff like that, but it almost tends to lean to exclusionary zoning or exclusionary use. Maybe that's not appropriate here, but it just kind of dawned on me. But you got to start thinking with the D1 district, you have to have some generational type zoning where people from the area can live, not just in workforce housing, but to retire here too and afford it. And and our children to stay here, they need places to live too, and our grandchildren, and marketing units and utilizing density or price ranges really doesn't really cut it for me anyway.
Well, that's the reason that we just awarded out the update of the comprehensive and master plan.
Right.
The master plan, which dictates our zoning, was done about 16 years ago. We know a lot has changed since then. We have
Exactly.
box stores
Right.
on 58. We want to preserve our farmland. So that is the forum that we have that is in place for the community to come and comment on all of that, so that we can see what the vision is for the town for the next 10, 15, 20 years. So that is in place. We have already awarded it, and that will be starting very shortly.
All right, well, being a history buff, and Riverhead has a tremendous amount of history, and I do a lot of the Riverhead history ads on a local radio station. Maybe 100 years from now, when everything is 4 and 5 stories on a Riverhead D1 district, and, that will look historic then, but to us, it's just, it's really heart-wrenching, to see the homes that were here 100, 200 years ago just being teared down or overshadowed by these monsters. And I don't mean it in a negative way, but it's just, it's a changing time, but it's, it really
gets to the heart of people, myself included. Although I wasn't born here, I have my children here and my grandchildren go to school here. So I have 3 generations here, and what's in stake? You know, we're concerned about that. So just please use your conscience when you vote on this. Thank you.
I don't know. I'm so on the other side of the coin on this thing, it's unbelievable.
Do you want me to swear again?
No, you've already been sworn in, Mr. DeRosa, you
That's
can
great, thanks.
testify.
2 comments. One, there is no retail with this project.
No.
So-
It's high-end apartments to boot.
And I just wanted to be real clear about that. And 2, the best way to instill vibrancy in a downtown is to have people actually living there
Sure.
and walking around.
Absolutely.
And that also helps reduce crime, and it also helps make people feel secure when there's more activity. So,
You're absolutely right.
thanks.
You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
Worked on Main Street 45 years ago, I can tell you exactly what happened.
Wow.
Joe
Swear
Petroselli.
testimony about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay.
Joe Petroselli, I'm around town. To the right, to the left, Atlantis Marine World, the Hyatt Hotel, Hyatt Place, the Preston, all the things you mailed me.
I can't hear him. Is that my phone on?
A couple concerns I have, which I gotta say, I've met with Greg DeRosa and Bobby, and I think most of the construction concerns, remember, we have an aquarium. We've had some pile driving incidents across the street. I think we've addressed some of the construction components that would concern me with these gentlemen directly. I think we're okay. Some of the concerns I've had are mainly parking. Remember, I'm one of the highest paid parking district people in the town. So what is parking gonna happen? How are we gonna route our buses? Remember, the aquarium is a busy place. How I'm gonna deal with that. So that is something I'm gonna have to address with the town or with the police, or however we're gonna do that.
They have changed their parking, so the flow will continue the way it is. The original design had cars that would, I believe, exit or enter right onto Main Street there, not in the public. They have removed that.
Okay.
It's the same roadway.
Yeah.
Same roadway, so the
That's
parking.
existing now.
You can still go down along Salvation Army and go down.
So the school buses, remember, we worked a bunch of things out with the town to coordinate the traffic flow off of Main Street with the buses to coordinate through the back, so.
The public parking area is not changing.
and there's-
It's going across the other side. The parking is gonna be ending at the Salvation Army building. So where your buses were today lined up along the Salvation Army, they would be lined up along the sidewalk of the apartment house now.
Okay. I think we're all good. I mean, I think, I like the word luxury, because that's what I'm all about.
Yeah,
Trying to make the town
Sounds
on our side, on this side, a little bit better. I think we're on the right path. I think these gentlemen will do the proper job. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
If I could just provide a couple of responsive comments. I think being able to offer a variety of housing options is important for a downtown area. And I think you have enough of the housing options that are affordable, and you need to create some other housing options for people who want something a little better than the affordable housing. And I think that mix of housing is what's going to keep the downtown thriving. Not only just having one type of housing available, but have a variety of housing options available. This building is a 4-story building. 2 doors over to the east is the C-Star Catering Hall, I guess you would call it, which is the same height as our proposed building. Next door to that is the Hyatt Place, which is actually 5 feet higher than the building we're proposing. It's a 5-story hotel. The Preston House across the street and just east of our property is also a 5-story structure. And it's, at least as tall as what we're proposing, maybe taller. So I think it does fit in that area of town with what we're proposing. We're also proposing What we think architecturally is something that kind of is, reverts back to an older time. It has somewhat of a warehouse look with all the windows. The large windows make it look a little, it's not designed to be a historic building, it's to fit in with historic buildings. And that's the idea of a historic district. When you're putting in new buildings, you're not trying to build something that looks like a historic building. You're building something that complements the historic district. And that's what's proposed here by the architect. And I think he did a pretty good job. And the comments received at the landmarks was that there was a good job. And there might have been comments made that they submitted. We requested copies of comments from the planning
I
department.
sent them to you.
Right, please, send them to me if
I
you have.
did.
Okay, thank you. Because we just requested them last week. I requested them, it was either Thursday or Friday. I immediately was forwarded to ARB. I asked for landmarks. They said, we haven't received any comments. from
Jefferson Murphy's CC'd on the email.
Okay. And as Bobby said, as Greg said, you bring in people downtown, other people will leave. And we're not looking to push anybody out, but if you have the right mix, the presence of people, good people, tends to override the presence of people who are trying to do bad things.
Absolutely.
And the police officers on the dais can tell you that that's true. And we're looking to bring a little bit higher level of people who will frequent the Suffolk Theater, people who will eat at Parabel, people who will.
have sustainable cash to do it.
Right, and people who
Affordable
will spend
housing,
money
they're
in
paying
town.
rent. They're not gonna be able to afford to support downtown.
Right. So if you do a mix of housing options, and you get the right people to come into this facility, into this beautiful building, it'll bring up the whole standards in downtown. So
Chris,
that's what we're trying to do here
I
with
don't
this
think
project.
there's right or wrong, people. I think, I just have to disagree with that, but I do agree that you need varying levels of housing. I think that if you have only affordable housing, I think I've said this before, as people start out in one apartment, especially if they're younger and they move up in their careers in affordable housing, they then become making too much, and there needs to be other options so that people, as they move up in their career or they age, or somebody who's older that wants to downsize their homes, that there's an option for them to be. And I think downtown is a perfect place for that. I think, the culture is changing. I think people want to be able to walk to restaurants. I think people want to walk to areas that are active. They don't necessarily want to be in a neighborhood with a large lawn to take care of, snow to remove, things like that. So I think I agree with you about the housing options. I don't necessarily agree of the characterization.
Well, I was trying to respond to the woman who said she's driving in town and she's seeing drug deals on the corner. That's not gonna happen at this building, okay? So that's what I'm referring to. You bring in some people who are doing good things, and, things change.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
I can tell you, and it's been shown, this isn't new. This type of development for downtown areas, for walkable communities, it's nothing new, and it works if it's done right. And I think this is just the way you need to do. You gotta implement slow changes and create that whole atmosphere. I think it's the,
And
32
referring,
apartments,
and the gentleman who spoke about, what you're building today is gonna be the historic building in the future. The whole concept of this building is that, yes, 50 years from now, 100 years from now, this would be a historic building. And we think it fits that type of, that design fits that type of outlook. You can have that expectation that 50 or 100 years from now, this would be considered something that was, this made a change. This was something that was
be
brought
nice to see
progress.
a downtown that I remember as a kid, that's all. There's a lot of people and a lot of businesses.
And if I could just ask you for the record, because I did bring it up at work session, that we had stated that you would not be charging the tenants in the building in order to get a parking space in the building, because my concern was if you were charging people $200 a month to get a space in the building, that they might not pay that $200 and go park somewhere else in the parking district. So I would just like that to be a condition of the special permit, if you didn't have a problem with it, that there wouldn't be a charge to the residents for the parking spaces within the building and the property.
Our answer is the same to that question. There will be no parking, no fees charged for parking for residents.
Part of their rent.
Thank you, I just wanted it for the record.
All right, is there anybody else from the board, anybody else like to comment?
Trey Lakeville?
If not, I will close the public hearing and leave it open for written comment till October 25th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
At this time, we will move on to resolutions. If there's anybody who would like to comment on any of the resolutions, please come forward.
No more bullet points. Vanna, you did a great job.
Exactly what I'm
Is there anybody that wanted to comment on resolutions? Okay, we'll just have you get up.
Where's Sal?
He waited a long time. He was here.
Was he?
No, you
Yeah.
can
No,
come
you
up
can
and
speak on
comment.
any
Before the
resolution
meeting,
that's
going through the
on the
resolutions,
ballot.
and he probably left. He's probably like,
I ain't sticking around
it's
for
my
this.
bedtime.
Listen up.
My name is Patrick Marin. I own the Riverhead Car Wash on 58.
Yes, you do a great job.
I understand it's a resolution to issue a special permit or request a special permit for a,
It's to set the public hearing for that.
for a special permit.
Yes. Is it a special permit or is it? It's
It is a special
Yes,
permit.
correct,
Special permit.
correct.
Just by my car wash is Empire Gas Station. And if you go 1.7 miles west, there's 6 gas stations in 1.7 miles. In my opinion, part of town government is to have healthy businesses. I think 6 gas stations are too many. Someone might say 7 or 8 is better. If you go from my car wash, 1.8 miles, 1/10 of a mile more, there exist 4 car washes open to the public today. My car wash, Honda has a car wash open to the public, Mobile Gas Station has a car wash open to the public, and Toyota does. It's 4 car washes in 1.8 miles. I don't think we need a 5th car wash. I think we need healthy businesses, and I have a family business. My wife and I, our 3 kids, work in that business. We employ 40 people.
Yours is a full service, though.
That's correct.
Yours is the only full service, I think.
I don't think that's correct. I think I know for sure at Honda you could get a full service,
And Toyota.
and I believe at Toyota you can as well. And I believe that,
Well, I'll never go to that, so.
well, I appreciate that. I don't think we need a 5th car wash in 1.8 miles on 58. I've been to meetings here before, we would talk about the big boxes that came and the big boxes that went. And I think part of the responsibility of town government is to ensure that there's not overpacking of similar type businesses in the same area. And a 5th one in that same area that I don't know all the details behind it, but presumably would not be bringing a lot of jobs, it'd be more of an automated wash, is not what is called for in this environment. The people that have their businesses there have already put their heart and souls into it. You wouldn't put dry cleaners next to dry cleaners. The proposed site is directly next door to the mobile gas station
I was gonna say, so the
that has a car wash, right next door. You're gonna have a 2nd car wash, 2 of them side by side, 5 within 1.8 miles. So I asked the town government to consider those things when someone is requesting a special permit, which means it's not, forgive me if I'm wrong on this, they need a special permit to go to the public hearing and present the site plan. That means that there's discretion here that you can look at and say, does this community need this? I think this community could support a movie theater, but I don't think you would approve 2 movie theaters in the town. I don't think you need any more car washes in the town. I don't think you need any
Well,
more
Patrick,
gas stations in the town.
I agree with you, but I think that the resolution today is just a call for a public hearing. It's not voting to approve it or anything.
I understand. I just, I saw on the calendar that there was an application that would be put forward to a special permit, and I understood that a comment for a resolution, and I just wanted to put that forward. I understand there may be another time going forward, but
Yeah.
you're gonna presumably take a vote on the resolution on whether you should put it forward to the next step. And that's what my comment is for.
And that will come.
And I know that there are other people that are gonna come to the special permit hearing, and I agree with the supervisor that all public hearings that we have for site plans or special permits should be up on the website so that people can access it and prepare their comments for that evening. So I'm sure that she will be working with planning staff to make sure that these site plans are up on the website.
Thank you for,
Diane, what is the date for this public, for the public hearing for the special permit?
I think it's November 7th.
I think it's
Six.
Six.
November
Six.
6th. So the
I'll be in
public
Vegas.
comment to be part of the record is for November 6th. If you choose to come back then, or if you would like to send us a letter, can we take his testimony? We can't do it from today, right?
No,
it's
it's
not-
not, it's not open yet.
It's not
so
open yet,
You
so-
can't offer testimony in support or against. I mean, he's
Right.
just making,
Save
I
those
think he's just
exact
making
comments.
comments, asking you to consider your action as far as approving the resolution.
It makes sense, but they save those comments for the public hearing.
okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
November 6th at 2 PM.
I'm sorry you had to wait through all that. My God, 3 hours.
He follows time government.
Shoot, it's
Is there anybody else that wanted to address the board?
on any resolution.
Yep.
My name is Jean Schweibish. I'm actually from Mattituck, and I'm a guest in your house tonight.
What resolution?
I don't have something on the resolution, but I have a resolution I'd like to propose that due to the course of events over this evening, people got up to speak about public things that should have waited to the end. I would like to request for those of us who've been patiently waiting that you allow the public portion to go now, and that you do the resolutions afterwards. Anybody can stay for the resolutions who'd like to, but people have been
We-
very patient.
But we don't tend to switch it, so if it's a comment on a resolution, we do not have that many resolutions tonight, but we do stick to the procedure. We've been doing it this way. Everybody that's comment has been on a resolution, or on one of the public hearings.
Okay, but
So
two of
those
the
were
public
sk-
hearings went on about things that had nothing to do with what you were talking about, and it was
They were-
allowed
they-
to go on.
They were a portion of the public hearing. They were in reference to the public hearing.
They range kind of wide and far afield, but okay. As I said,
the
I'm a guest in your
resolutions are pretty
house.
fast.
I'm a guest in your house. I was really kind of appalled by what I saw here tonight. I think we all were.
Well, hang on to that, and we'll get back to you in about 2 seconds.
Yes,
And make sure you
They're
sit
not
right
wrong.
there,
Hang on to
because
that,
I think
we're
there's a
gonna
bunch
go
of
through
other
the
people.
resolutions, then we want to hear what you have to say.
And sit close, because I think there's a bunch of other people that are gonna get up and talk also.
Okay, so we will move on to resolutions.
Okay, resolution 761.
Capital Project 81953, budget adoption, so moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 762.
Recycling program, budget adjustment, so moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 763.
Ratifies submission of letter of intent and authorizes execution of contract by the supervisor for operation and maintenance grant program to New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation, known as EFC. So moved.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 764.
Ratifies execution of MOA with the Riverhead Town Police Benevolent Association. So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 765.
This authorizes the supervisor to execute a stipulation of settlement with the Civil Service Employees Association Incorporated Local 1000 AFS CME AFL-CIO Riverhead Unit of the Suffolk Local Number 85 CSEA. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 766.
Attendance of one police department employee to the 2019 IACP seminar, so moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 767.
Ratifies the appointment of a part-time traffic control specialist to the Riverhead Town Police Department. So moved.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
And I'm glad to take another step towards working on the traffic. I think that I know we still have traffic, but we're getting good feedback that some of the measures that we've taken are working. So the work of the task force, and I think it was a good idea to work with Southold, and I was pleased that the Ag Advisory got involved and requested training for the TCOs. So I think that it's getting better. I vote yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Giglio,
Yes.
Wooten,
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 768.
That's you.
Ratifies the appointment of an intern to the police department. So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten,
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 769.
This changes the status of an employee, so moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten,
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 770.
Accepts the retirement of a maintenance mechanic 3. So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Well, I wish John Newmadomsky well in his retirement, and I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Same, best to John, and yes.
Giglio.
Good luck, and it'll be hard finding a replacement. Yes.
Wooten,
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes, John has served our town for 33 years, so thank you very much, and best of luck in retirement.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 771.
Accepts the retirement of a senior administrative assistant. So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
I also wish Mary well. She's been a valuable employee, and I think the chief's gonna be sad. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Chief's gonna have to learn how to do his own letters now. Yeah, Mary did a great job for a long time with the police department. Best to her in her retirement, yes.
Giglio.
With Matt retired and now Mary retired, you never know, Chief. She might be back. Yes.
Wooten,
Yeah, I've worked with Mary her whole career, I think. She's gonna be sorely missed, hard shoes to fill. So, I vote yes to her retirement.
Jen Smith.
And once again, congratulations to Mary. I know that her and Matt will enjoy their retirement, and she served us for 36 years, so quite a long history with the town. So thank you very much for your service to the town.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 772.
Ratifies the appointment of an unpaid intern to the Information Technology Division of the Financial Services Department. So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten,
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 773.
This accepts the resignation of a Conservation Advisory Council board member, so moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
And I thank my buddy Alex Galasso for his service to the town. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Same thing. Thank you, Alex, and we appreciate it. Yes.
Giglio.
Good luck. Yes.
Wooten,
Yes, thanks, Alex. Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes, and once again, thank you.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 774.
Appoints member to the Riverhead Conservation Advisory Council. So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten,
Yes, welcome aboard, Michael Dean. Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 775.
Accepts resignation of member of Veterans Advisory Committee. So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes. Thank you, Darlene.
Wooten,
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes, and also thank you very much, Darlene, for all your commitment to this committee.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 776.
This is a resolution to increase the membership of the Town of Riverhead Wildlife Management Advisory Committee, so moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten,
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 777.
Appoints member to the Town of Riverhead Wildlife Management Advisory Committee. So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten,
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 778.
Authorizes the town clerk to publish and post a notice for a public hearing for the special permit application known as 1535 Route 58 LLC on a parcel located at 1535 Old Country Road, Riverhead, New York, also identified as Suffolk County Tax Map Number 600, Section 101, Block 2, Lot 12.6. This is for the special permit for the car wash. Yes to the public hearing. So moved. It's late. So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
That's my bedtime.
Yes to the public hearing.
Giglio.
Yes to the public hearing.
Wooten.
Yes to the public hearing.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 779.
Public hearing for 2020 budget and elected officials' salaries. So moved.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
I won't be here. I think the council people should go up about 90,000. Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 780.
Awards bids for the rehabilitation of Plant 4, contracts E, G, and M, Riverhead Water District. So moved.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 781.
This extends the bid contract for calcium hypochlorite tablets, CL2, for the Riverhead Water District. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 782.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to bidders for Vermeer gas chipper. So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 783.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to bidders for traffic signal emergency repair. So moved.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 784.
Authorizes the supervisor to execute a municipal cooperation agreement between the town of Riverhead and the Riverhead Fire District for sand and salt services. So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 785.
Authorizes the supervisor to sign a professional services agreement. So moved. So
I'll
audio
second.
testing, hello.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
What is the cost? It says that there's a fiscal impact.
It
It's
should
down here
be
on
the price for stuff, whether you have
1,090.
30 people tested or individual. I think it's 1,090 for a group of 30 plus, and I think additional is like 35 per person possibly.
Okay.
$15 per test over 30.
Yes.
Wooten.
What? Yes.
It's a bargain.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 786.
Approves the Chapter 255 application of East End Arts and Humanities Council Incorporated for the 24th Annual Community Mosaic Street Painting Festival, Sunday, May 24th, 2020. So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Talking about getting in early, yes.
Are we discussing that, those
I
changes?
didn't know if Jody even answered.
Yes, that's it all.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 787.
Approves the Chapter 255 application of Chicken Kids Incorporated Children's Retail Consignment Event, April 22nd through April 26th, 2020. So moved.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 788.
Approves the Chapter 255 application of Wading River Chamber of Commerce, Second Annual Wading River Fall Festival, November 2nd, 2019. So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 789.
It authorizes the removal of fixed assets. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 790.
Authorizes Lawrence M. Levy, DBA On-Site Productions, Nunk-Pro-Tunk, to provide additional cablecast production services regarding the community forum on helicopter noise at Riverhead Town Hall on October 1st, 2019, and contractual payment for services rendered. So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Did you already get paid? Yes.
Jen Smith. Non-pro tem. I think we gone two meetings with that, Larry Rezzo. Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution, 691. Oh, this is an untable.
691 is not, oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, this
was, the tabled one. Yeah.
Okay,
this
so,
is right. So you
so
wanna
can I have
just
can I have
jump-
a first and second to untable resolution, 219-691?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes to
Hubbard.
untable.
Giglio.
Yes, on table.
Wooten.
Yep.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution 691 is untabled. Hold that for a vote.
Do we have to just call for a vote?
Yeah, you have
Do
to
I
have
do
a
I need
motion
first?
and a second to
Let me read it
take the
first.
vote, yes.
Right.
Accepts Highway Superintendent's personnel report and request for town board resolution to effectuate personnel request. So moved.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution 691 is adopted. That kinda got out of place a little bit. Now we'll
Yeah,
jump to
slightly.
791.
Okay.
Non-pro-tunc extension of bid for food and meat products. So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 792.
Pay bills. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, vote please.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Giglio.
Yes.
Wooten.
Yes.
Jen Smith.
Yes.
Resolution adopted.
Oh, thanks.
Alrighty, so at this time, I'd ask anybody from the audience that would like to come up and address the board to please come forward. Just state your name and
Mary Mackey, Baiting Hollow. I have twin boys in 11th grade at the Riverhead High School. I'm also Riverhead High School PTSO president. I'm here tonight to, I'm disappointed so many people left because we had spoken about clearing up some facts. I want to be part of the solution. I just want to ask the supervisor to go over that question that we had about if you see a residence that has, you know, you believe that
well, what a
more
definition of a
fam-
single
what a-
family home
thank
is,
you.
I know you had
It's
asked
so late.
that question.
But also, if it is founded, and how do you clarify how many people per bedroom? If you could just explain to the community that, please.
Right, Bob, do you wanna explain the definition of family, or you want me to go through it?
I don't have it readily in front of me, I mean, it's.
I mean, I do-
Basically, it's, you know,
I do know what it is,
my
so
computer's dead,
basically, the number of people.
long meeting.
What the definition of a family is not a traditional, like we know, what a mother, a father, a kid, 2 kids. What the definition for a single family of home, the number of people that can reside in there is based on the bedrooms, some of the common living space, bathrooms, kitchen, and some shared space.
Along
So-
with square footage of the bedroom and square footage of the total house.
Correct, so if you have, believe it's either, and don't quote me on the exact number, it's either 70 square foot for the size of a bedroom, can be 1 person, and it's an additional 50 feet for a person. So if you have a 200 square foot bedroom, you can have, you're legally allowed to have 3 people for that bedroom.
3 or 4.
So if you have a 3-bedroom home, you could actually have 9 people living in that home if you also meet the requirements for the bathroom space, the kitchen space, and some common space, and none of it is blocked off from each other, so they all share communal living space and living quarters. That house is not overcrowded. Legally, they are allowed to have that many people in the house. So that's a different than overcrowded. Overcrowding is when you extend past the number that you're legally permitted to have at the house. So there is a difference between the two.
Are you talking about a specific place right now?
No, any home, any home, like a lot of people, and we know that there's been a lot of concern that there's a lot of overcrowded houses in the town of Riverhead, and, you know, you'll see 2 or 3 cars at a house, and it's, you know, you'll see 6 or 7 people in that house, or even 8 or 9 people in that house, and people will assume that that house is overcrowded and that it's not being addressed. When in fact, it may be a fair number of people living in the house, but the house is not overcrowded, and the town cannot reduce the people, there's no violation there. So I think that is something that needs to be cleared up for people, and I don't know that people necessarily realize that. The town also, and Bob, I'll help you can clarify. You know, if somebody is in a home, the town can go there, and ask to see how many people that are living in the home, or see the condition inside the home. But the, person in the home is not required to allow access to that home. That's one thing our code enforcements have been very good at, is they have been going to the homes, have been meeting with the people that are either renting the home, or residing there, and been able to get access to the house to actually see if some of the conditions that do not meet our code, and then they issue violations. So, that is some clarity that I think needed to occur.
But I did have a meeting with the superintendent of the school district, who has sought a legal opinion from the school district's counsel as to whether or not the school district can converse with the town and let us know when more than one family is registered to a home.
In doing my research and going around and speaking at meetings and the Riverhead School District Board of Ed meetings, I'm finding out a lot of information that is not out in the community. And I think if people realized, for instance, what you just explained to me, I think it's easier for people to understand how the process works. Are we saying that this works right now? No. Do we need changes? Yes. And also on the school district side, for instance, registration. Last night, I listed the registration requirements for a student. Yes, they're legally obliged to educate that child, but there is a list of registration requirements that the school district should be following. So I think all around, if everyone would learn and talk to each other, which is happening, which is very positive, everyone coming to the table and learning the facts, we can start dissecting this problem on both sides. And that's what needs to happen from what I'm seeing. And I'm learning more and more every day. Tomorrow night I have another meeting at the high school. So I'm working both sides to get everyone together and learn the facts, where we all have a concern about our schools and our town. But what you just said, I learned from you 2 weeks ago. I didn't know that. And I think the more we learn, the better we'll be. And I think I'm disappointed, I know it's late, but I'm disappointed that so many people left. They needed to hear that explanation on how the process works. And on the other side, the school needs to explain how registration works.
And they have a meeting specifically set up for that.
Yes, November.
Yes.
I've written letters. I wrote to 7 of the officials myself asking for state aid. I've asked the school district to put a sample letter on the website. They've put a sample letter together, because not everyone is used to writing to officials to ask for state aid. They need help, but make it easy. So they put a letter on. You just have to print it, mail it. I've heard from a couple of the offices, Senator Lavalle's office, Joanne and Lori have been in touch. So again, I think what I'm asking, they're doing. What I'm asking of you, you're doing. Very positive things are happening. But again, we need to learn, and we need to learn the facts, and everyone needs to learn the process that's in place right now before we can start with the solution. And again, I want to be part of the solution.
I appreciate that, Mary. I think having the dialogue and clearing up, kind of clearing what people can do. I also think there's some confusion as to sometimes what is in the school district's purview and what is in the town's purview. The towns, we address code issues. We can address whether there's overcrowded in the home. We put it in a blighted property code so that if the house is sort of falling apart on the outside, we have a point system to that where we can go in and then have that rectified through the blighted property code. I know there's been a lot of questions. Well, I see a couple kids at a house. Are they getting dropped off there, and what can the town do about it? That is not something the town can address. That is something, if the school district feels that somebody is getting dropped off from out of district, sort of out of boundary, what they call it, then that is the charge of the school district. That is not something that the town has the ability, or the legally, it's not something that we do address.
Well, that's complicated too. That's a mouthful. People see the surface, a bus, someone pulling up in a minivan and 6 kids getting off. Okay, but if you look in that and you ask and you do your research, there's more to it than that. They're not just dropping off 6 children at a bus stop. They may have lived down, down that dirt road right there, and there's 4 or 5 houses behind there. It's not always what you seem. And I just want the community, and that's why I want to speak tonight, and I'm really, disappointed. I know it's late, but I wish that more of them would have stayed, because the more you know and the more you learn of the facts and how a system works, I've learned a lot in the past month, and I've done my share of research. I just want people to come together. I want to be part of the solution, and I feel I'm doing my part. But again, if everyone would understand, that's not the face value of what you're seeing all the time, and it's not an easy problem to fix.
By the way,
Thank you.
Mary, all your points are right on target.
Thank you.
I like your approach.
Thank you.
I like everything that you're saying, and
Thank you.
I'm just gotta say, my bus stop was a half a mile from home.
I walk through snow, through mountains.
Uphill both ways.
But the school district did say, and they did give me a name and a phone number of somebody that you should call if you do suspect that somebody is just pulling up at the bus stop and dropping kids off. So we'll get that up on the town website for
That
the
would be
school
great.
district to report, that type of incident.
They need to do their share also. They need to look at their registration process. They need to do a mail merge for addresses. There is a way.
And
There is a way.
I believe they said there is a form on the school website, or?
Yes, it's
that-
on the school website, and you can print on it and print it out, and it's a sample letter on how to ask for financial aid, and it's, and the addresses are there also. Senator Laval, Fred Thiel, Palumbo, Lee Zeldin, they're all there listed, and they're all there with the addresses. We can't make it any more easy for people to do that. It's gonna take more than one person, and it takes more than one board. It's the community. So
And-
I hope I'm doing my part, and like I said, I just wanna, be a part of the solution.
Thank you. And we also have on our front page on our website, if somebody does see an overcrowded home and would like to report it, we would appreciate the help, because, you are really the eyes and ears of the community. And if you notice something, we ask you to please report it to the town so that we can address it. And that's on the front page of our website. You could just click for violations to file the form.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all you do.
And just
Thank you.
as the supervisor
Thank you.
said earlier,
Thank you.
again, overcrowding means, not in compliance with the property maintenance code, which you talked about earlier, and a living room must be not less than 120 square feet, and then a bedroom must not be less than 70 square foot for one person. But every 50 feet past that, you're allowed another person. So it says that, a bedroom shall not contain less than 70 square feet, and every bedroom occupied by more than one person shall contain not less than 70 square feet for each additional occupant.
And they can't have communal areas locked off, correct? A living
It's
space, a
supposed to be-
kitchen with a stove and a
It's supposed to
bathroom.
be, even though it's maybe a non-traditional family unit, they have to still reside or
Have
have
that
that
area.
assembled like a family unit.
Yes.
Okay.
And we've lost the meaning of a boarding house versus a single-family dwelling.
Yes,
Thank you, New York State.
right. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you
you
for all
very
you do. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I think our patience is only exceeded by yours this evening.
Don't count your chickens.
He doesn't mean that.
So my name is Takwi Turchin. I am the president of the Greater Calverton Civic Association. The best way to preserve democracy is to take part in it. Thank you, Matt. What was it? Matt Santos, TV character from The West Wing. So I am here tonight to take part in it, to speak about the future and fate of the EPCAL property. My comments are pre-printed, so they can't take that long to read. Up front, I would like to say I am not experienced in this field, but have had to become a very fast learner. The undertaking of the town to put new zoning in place for development at EPCAL has been difficult for the average person to follow. What I can say for certain is that Riverhead is composed of so many good people who are honest, hardworking taxpayers with a strong connection to their home, this special place. We elected you to represent our best interests through town governance. Like the good people in our civic association, most of our fellow community members want to know the type of development and how much of it is expected to take place on the EPCAL property, and how it will affect them personally, as well as how it will impact our communities overall. It has remained an elusive mystery as to what the real development plan would shape up to be once the town sells the land. We do not want to wait and find out later when it is private property, and once the town sells and you tell us it's too late to do anything about a plan we might oppose. Turns out, we don't have to wait. As you know, the town obligated itself to subdivide the EPCAL property into 8 massive lots as part of its contract of sale to CAT. We have watched the recent subdivision process mystified by the amount of unanswered questions as it still proceeded on. There is a quote that says, "If the blind lead the blind, we both fall into the ditch." So we ourselves sought to have an expert do a technical review of the SECRA consistency document that the town planning board considered as part of the preliminary plat. We are tonight submitting a letter to the record, which was submitted earlier, and I have now the fully signed copy, which I'll give to our town clerk once I step away from the podium. It has strong evidence and clear relevance that you, the town board, as lead agency, are engaged what is known as segmentation under SECRA, which is a violation of state law. This means that you are trying to break the project up into different component parts so that the magnitude of individual impacts as well as cumulative impacts is not made part of the review. It's our contention that because you are now doing the subdivision to facilitate a specific development proposal by CAT, you are required by law to do a supplemental SECRA review on the potential impacts of the totality of the action. That is the terms of the sale, the subdivision, and most importantly, the ultimate development that will take place. It should be easy to do this additional review since there is already a conceptual development plan showing 10 million square feet along the runways that CAT has prepared to facilitate conversations with the DEC. The town must now do a complete review of this plan before the final subdivision approval or the sale is closed. This is not opinion. This is legal fact. There's a proverb that says, "Don't cut off the branch you sit on." There are many needs that we as a community might want to use some of the developable EPCAL property for, and that should be made first priority. So far, we see that you have included an additional 1,000 acres of habitat into the contract of sale, new information under SECRA, without fair compensation, or knowing how it affects CAT's development yield. And it looks like you have left us only the scraps. Even more important, we cannot tell how the environment is being impacted, how our communities will be impacted by the pressure of more people from the EPCAL workforce, or how our quality of life in the surrounding areas will be impacted by the use of the runways. You are purposefully restricting our knowledge of the probable development on the property and its impacts by deferring the review and therefore our ability to know if we are being harmed by these actions. Now that it is election time, we want you to know that we plan to hold everyone accountable. Tonight we urge all voters to stand with us and demand the town board to do the right thing for our future, for our children's future. There is no higher value in our society than integrity, and we are not going to stand by while being sold out. Anyone who plans to move this along without complying with the full requirements of SECRA and without providing us with all the information we require will be considered to be acting against our communities. We want to know the truth. I thank you for your attention. I hope I didn't go over my time. And here is the letter with full signatures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisor Jen Smith and members of the town board. My name is Patrice Domichel, and I'm here on behalf of Eastern Long Island Audubon Society, who could not be here tonight, and Four Harbors Audubon Society, where I'm a board member and serve on the Conservation Committee. Eastern Long Island Audubon and Four Harbors Audubon are very concerned and adamantly oppose the potential sale of acreage at the EPCAL site, most especially the additional 1,050 acres that were not to be sold but have now been tacked on to the contract. The entire Calverton property is located within the Central Pine Barrens, and as such is covered and regulated by the 1993 Pine Barrens Protection Act. In addition, the western 400 acres are in the core, where development is not allowed. These lands were determined to be critical sensitive habitat per the 2016 Environmental Impact Review. And the only property designated as developable is the 600 acres in the original contract. This is important habitat, breeding and wintering grounds for endangered and at-risk species such as the tiger salamander, grasshopper sparrow, and short-eared owl. Grassland habitat and grassland birds in general are in decline. In March of 2019, a National Audubon study, the North American Grasslands and Bird Report, was released, reporting that 62% of all North American grasslands have been lost. Consequently, almost every bird species and other wildlife species that depends on grassland habitat is also on the road to decline. This is one reason the Calverton grasslands are so important. These grasslands are the largest and last substantial tract of land available for these species in New York State. So I'm here today to voice our strong objection to the sale. We urge you, the Riverhead Town Board, not to go forward with this project, most especially not to include the 1,050 additional acres of grassland and woodland imperative for the survival of these threatened and endangered species. Instead, these lands in total, including grassland, woodland, and wetlands, should be preserved in perpetuity. Preservation of the EPCAL lands can be an asset, even potentially a source of income to the town of Riverhead. An open space component with interpretive trails would attract outdoor enthusiasts willing to pay a park fee. Members of Eastern Long Island and Four Harbors Audubon would be happy to meet with you to further discuss alternatives to development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Joanne Sirigliano. I am the president of Four Harbors Audubon Society. I'm also an officer on the board, and by the way, thank you very much. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I read really quickly. I'm an officer of the board on the Audubon Council of New York State. I'm also a Habitat can't say, a Habitat native plant consultant for Audubon, New York. I spoke with my contacts at Audubon, New York, and also at National Audubon. I am very, very tight with all of them. Last week was the launch of the Audubon Climate Report, which basically said that if we don't get our greenhouse gas emissions under control, and do it soon, 2/3 of the United States bird species will go extinct by the year 2100. This follows on the tail of a Cornell Level Ornithology report stating that we've lost over 3 billion birds since 1970 due to habitat loss, of which, unfortunately, we're losing a lot of acreage. Also, window collisions, cats, and other major issues. Unfortunately, because of the climate report launch, Audubon New York wasn't able to write up an official statement for the EPCAL site specifically, but they would like to call attention to bird decline, habitat loss, and the rare and dwindling grassland ecosystem on Long Island. As both a horticulturalist and an ecosystem specialist, I'll be addressing this issue. New York State's grasslands are home to significant populations of some of the highest priority birds in the Atlantic Flyway. These birds, which have been sentinels, and by the way, Audubon focuses on birds, we use birds as a lens, but there are other animals involved and also plants. These birds, which have been sentinels of environmental health for centuries, depend on pastures, fallow fields, and other grasslands in New York State for essential habitat. But the same bird species are experiencing significant declines in populations, especially on Long Island. Scientists are reporting a lot of decrease, 90% decrease in targeted grassland species since 1966. Data from the Breeding Bird Survey show populations of grasshopper sparrows populations have declined by 97%. And even a very ubiquitous bird, the bobolink, one of New York's most popular grassland birds and most obvious grassland birds, has experienced population loss of approximately 40% in the state. Historically, grasslands made up a significant portion of Long Island. However, these areas have been developed and are the most rapidly disappearing habitat on Long Island and in New York. Long Island historically had over 60,000 acres that were specifically grassland and scrubland. There are now 4,000 to 5,000 acres left. That's it. And most of them are extremely fragmented, which makes it very, very difficult to breed and forage. New York's grassland habitats are disappearing due to commercial, industrial, and residential development, habitat succession, agricultural intensification, and lack of fire ecology, which kept the grasslands cycling through grasslands. The future of the grassland species that live in this very specific ecosystem depends on the last of our remaining grasslands. Pine barrens and grasslands are two of the rarest habitats in New York State. Protecting and restoring grassland habitat is one of Audubon's top conservation priorities. The Calverton grassland is home to a number of New York State endangered threatened species of special concern of both plants and animals. Animals either breed, winter, or forage on the property. You've probably heard a number of species mentioned already: short-eared owl, northern harrier, tiger salamander, eastern spadefoot toad, eastern hognose snake, common nighthawk, grasshopper sparrow, vesper sparrow, horned lark, whippoorwill, marble salamander, spotted turtle, eastern box turtle. I'm not even going to bother with the plants. Forget the plants. I could talk about the plants for hours. I'm not going to bore you about every single endangered grassland plant and animal that lives in Calverton. I'm going to use just one very, very specific example. It's the grasshopper sparrow. It's a little brown job about this big with a yellow slash over its eye. In the last 50 years, its numbers have declined more than 95%. It's a grassland endemic species, which basically means it spends most of its life in a grassland like EPCAL. They don't like trees to nest in, they nest on the ground. A sod farm is not gonna work for them because when you nest on the ground, you generally have a healthy aversion to lawnmowers. In addition, sod farms only contain 2 to 3 types of grass, and red fescue and Kentucky bluegrass are not native, which means there are very few bugs for the baby birds to be fed. And of course, aside from threatening your nest, mowing means no grass seeds to eat either. In addition, the grass is sprayed with pesticides. It's really not the safest, healthiest venues to raise your kids. The Calverton grassland is the most productive breeding ground. The most productive breeding ground for grasshopper sparrows in New York State. If it is developed, there is a distinct possibility that the grasshopper sparrow may be extirpated, basically called locally extinct, in New York. This is only one species, but it's also one that can travel long distances to find appropriate habitat because it flies. Other creatures like the snakes, turtles, toads, and salamanders don't have that luxury. If EPCAL is developed, there is no place to go for any of the animals, including the ones who fly. EPCAL is the last large grassland left to Long Island. Hempstead Plains, everyone talks about Hempstead Plains, 19 acres. Sayville Grassland, 127 acres. We frequently speak of animals and plants that are being endangered. What we fail to realize is that habitats can be endangered, and the EPCAL ecoregion is critical for these animals' survivals, and it is the last large grassland left on Long Island. It's worth preserving the 1,050 acres of open space, including the grasslands that are left, not just for the plants and animals, but for the aquifer and for our soil health. In addition, because our drinking water and soil health The 600 acres should be developed very cautiously and with focus on the water supply. As a horticulturalist, and plant culture and soil health are always on my mind, especially as a Long Islander. We Long Islanders live directly above our drinking water. My brother-in-law is a materials engineer in Silicon Valley, Sunnyvale, California. He works with many toxic chemicals like cadmium and trichloroethylene. Silicon Valley of the East would produce a lot of heavy metals and toxic residue, which potentially has the ability to leach into our water supply. True, Silicon Valley does create a lot of jobs, but at what cost? Santa Clara County, which is where Silicon Valley is, has 25 active Superfund sites, which is basically a designation the EPA gives some of the most contaminated or polluted land in the country. This is more sites than any other county in the United States, and most were contaminated by toxic chemicals involved in making computer parts. Completely cleaning up these chemicals may be impossible. Groundwater testing in the area revealed the presence of toxic chemicals, notably trichloroethylene, possibly from leaking pipes or underground storage tanks. Trichloroethylene is associated with increased risks of certain cancers, developmental disabilities.
You can submit that for the record also.
I will definitely submit that for the record, and there are
getting
officially
close?
518 plumes of groundwater in Santa Clara County. Computers and cell phones require semiconductors and microchips to work, and they become so essential to life all over, the United States and everywhere. But the global chip manufacturers buy 20,000 billion worth of chemicals every year. That's a lot of chemicals. Can Long Island's already besieged soil and water handle more chemicals? That's all
Thank you. I don't think you could have talked any faster.
I know, actually I
Thank you.
can, but I have to slow it down. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Is that it? Okay.
That's all I have. All right, we're going to talk about EPCAL too. I have a different aspect to what's going on. First and foremost, I know what's happened over the course of years and whatnot, and this has been a thing with this town for a long, long time. So let's leave everything behind. And we are, as a coalition, and me, myself, we're not trying to be negative. But we would encourage the town elected officials to have a dialogue or more of a dialogue with us, the public. You represent us. To assure us that we are getting the best deal. Remember, your fiduciary responsibility is to the taxpayers, not to the developers. The belief appears for us, the public, that the actions or lack of actions of the purchaser and its agent's actions. Does that even make sense? Yeah, all right. But the actions of the purchaser and his agents should allow for the whole project to be re-examined. The entire real estate sale is highly questionable and against normal procedures. And there are numerous and apparent questionable legal machinations regarding the sale. If so, it should be null and void, and our town board needs to step up and rescind the sale. Remember, our best interest is not to be deceived. We need you and possibly the new lawyers to prove there is a secret plan or scheme means for them to gain power and control over EPCAL and us, the public. Remember a key term I use in my business. It's called team. It means together, everyone achieves more. We need to work more together. I'm proud to be part of this coalition to assist you in reforming of this contract if it's possible. And I'd like to thank all of those who got this together and got everything in front of you so we can go forward and do something more positive and much better for our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Supervisor and members of the town board. Thanks for sticking this out and letting us talk tonight. I'm Phil Barbado. I live in Jamesport, where I have an organic farm. I'm also the president of the Riverhead Neighborhood Preservation Coalition and a member of EPCAL Watch. The final stages of this long and tragic saga of our town giving away 1,643 acres of pristine land at the old Grumman site in Calverton, known as EPCAL, to a developer named Cat, are upon us now. In the spring of 2017, the previous town board agreed to sell about 640 acres of this land to Daniel Preston, owner of Luminati Aerospace, for $40 million. And to put that in perspective, not so much for you members, but for the audience, $40 million represents less than 1/2 of the town's annual budget. You're going to get it and it's going to be gone. Then the situation became more mysterious and questionable. At the end of 2017, we learned that Luminati had partnered with 555, a Canadian-based mega mall developer, and they formed a new company called CAT. It was also announced, without public input or comment, that another 1,000 acres was added to the deal without raising the price. So they got 1,000 acres for free. Now, over 2 years later, the current town board is in the final fact-finding negotiations with CAT to possibly, hopefully not, possibly approve the new subdivision that's required and to finalize the contract of sale. Now, over the years, many of us have voiced our concerns regarding this bad deal for the town, as well as the need for better protection of the sensitive habitat areas within the old Grumman site. We can all agree that welcoming meaningful job development within appropriate scope that allows for the quality of life on Long Island and the East End. However, we still do not know what the purchaser is planning to do with the land and how they're going to finance it. They've given us a lot of fluffy presentations, but nothing definite and no definite proof that they can afford it. Could this be on purpose? Are they purposely keeping it vague to give themselves plenty of wiggle room into the future? I definitely think so. I think that's what's behind it. Our group is also against, and many of the fellow citizens are also against, the inclusion of over 1,000 acres of habitat protection area within the current deal. We all know that, I mean, think about it, T5 must have plans to use this land, or at least a good portion of it, for development. And they have stated that they would actually back out of the deal if those 1,000 acres were taken out of the deal. Why do they want it so bad? So they can keep track of sensitive habitat? I don't think so, and I don't think you do either if you think about it. It has long been on record that these acres should be considered as non-developable, and thus the property had previously only been marketed as the designated developable 600 acres. Why is this now included in the deal? There's been talk about, well, we can keep property taxes lower by having more development. Do you really believe that? If more development meant lower property taxes, all you have to do is look to the west, and not very far. Property taxes are much higher when there's more development. Also, Mr. Gamizian Sr. stated publicly that they would apply for all applicable tax reduction that they can get their hands on. So they may not be paying many taxes for a good long while. He stated that at the Q&E hearing when he stood up here and started pointing his fingers. Another question is, we're going to be returning aviation to Long Island? Ask yourself, why did Grumman leave? If it's so great for aviation. They left a long time ago. So we'd like to ask you, how can you even consider going forward with this bad deal? Giving away this last precious gem the town owns for a mere pittance of what it could be worth to our generation, and more importantly, to all those generations who will follow us, our children, our grandchildren, and so on. They're going to want to know, who did that? Who made that lousy deal? I think we can do much better in preserving open space and rare habitats while still providing for good jobs for the future. If you vote for this, what are you thinking about? That's what we have to ask ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this last but not least?
Yes, yes. The bad news is I'm back, but the good news is
Once you're closer to the mic.
Yeah,
Yes,
just
thank
to
you,
the-
sorry. You know, over the last couple of years, it just probably feels like it's the same people that are up here and talking to you about EPCAL and particularly about the 1,000 acres. But I'm here to share with you that a few months ago, we started an online petition on change.org, and this was in an effort to save the 1,000 acres. Okay, I don't even want to deal with the deal necessarily, but let's just talk about the 1,000 acres that we're giving away. And several hundred people signed on, so, but yesterday Denise in Riverhead Local published the op-ed about the property with the link to change.org petition, and we had over 500 people in 24 hours sign on, and I have 60 pages of people that have signed on. It's 90% Calverton, Riverhead, Wading River, your East End. It's your voters. It's legit. And I was really surprised because I thought, well, maybe there'd be people from Australia or something. But it's not that. It's your voters, it's your taxpayers saying, I don't know exactly about this deal, but I definitely don't want to lose that land. And Mr. Hubbard, I love that you said, a couple months ago that the buck stops here with EPCAL, with you guys, with the town board. And it's just, I don't know why the buck hasn't stopped yet for the 1,000 acres. I just don't quite understand. So I have copies of the petition I'll share with you, but, lastly, just yesterday, Mr. Krupski, right, Legislator Krupski, he was quoted as saying that our environment out here is our economy. And talk about the ecotourism, I have every Audubon chapter on Long Island signed on to this. I have other civics and environmental organizations. You could bring people here. They could be going to Bean and Bagel, getting their coffee, and going to the gift of those acres around the trail that you worked so hard on. And we just can't give it away. And I'm begging you guys, this week, just please don't. So that's it. Thank you.
Do you want to give us the?
Yeah. Let me give you.
Thank you.
Diane, you can email that to all of us, please?
So again, as a guest in your house, but somebody who's familiar with the work that folks have been doing out here to try and preserve this land, I'd just like to put something out to think about.
Sorry, Jean, did you say your name?
Jean Schweibisch. Schweibisch, yes. Which is that in South Old Town, which is where that's my township, we're very busy trying to preserve Plum Island because of its pristine nature. I'd like you to think of this Calverton property, the old Grumman property, as your Plum Island. And that's all I really have to say about it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing nobody else, can I have a first and second to close the town board meeting?
Motion.
This is what Jim says, don't do it.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So
1,000
carried.
times.
And Diane?